parking regulations of 6158 and doesn't meet it, and yet the applicant has spoken consistently of building a facility to fully accommodate its growth and future demand, and yet the facility starts out by not providing parking as per regulations. And that has made me uncomfortable throughout this. The other thing is, of course, the way the circulation works in the parking. People get impatient, and those things that look good on paper have a way of not working out that well. That is my major concern. I feel the applicant has gone very far to get to a place where it is less of what you're calling an object building. For me, if they could just meet the parking and keep all the cars flowing in a captured way on site. And I got very frustrated that there's all this parking available, but that it's been contractually gone somewhere else, because if they could just have had, they need, I think it's 43 parking spaces to actually meet the regulations. But when we looked at where they were short, where it turned out when they added in all their uses during the day, it was really only short on paper by a couple of spaces. So if you met the regulations, it would work out. It should work out. And I got stuck there, and sometimes so to me, there's a lot. That's really my biggest sticky point. So to me, if the applicant could meet those requirements, and I don't know if they could do more preservation of the building, but if they could get to where they meet our basic standards, then I would be comfortable with this. So I guess the big question is, for you all, I see Victoria's got a way, you're talking about a way that that you would be comfortable with this application going forward by not granting the full FAR and reducing the total square footage. Are there other things that would work? Do you see a way of making this work?
I have some ideas.
Okay, well, you want to shoot? You've clearly...
Well, I think they need to really address the building issue, the armory issue.
Can you speak up? Because I know people are struggling.
They really need to, it's addressing the armory building. I mean, our experts have told us that really it's the whole building. Again, they've got to really get all of the parking on the site, everything that they're going to need. I think actually further address what's happening with the building in relationship to the street itself. That kind of going in that direction, really, to kind of resolve some of the outstanding issues that we have before us. I think it can be done.
Yes, and consolidating their parking so that it's all together, and the access and egress flow out to Mason Street only. The size of the building doesn't seem to be that appropriate, but if it could be pushed further back from the street, that certainly helps.
And maybe more landscaping. If you pushed it back, you'd get...
The difference between walking by a building that is 4 feet away from you as opposed to 10 feet away from you is pretty dramatic. And the HO issue is a substantial one. They're proposing to do a lot of work to the armory, but it's it's a renovation, not a restoration.
Yeah.
And
you
so the
said that.
character of this HO is really in terms of a restoration.
Mhm.
If they're going to ask for so much FAR up front.
And the applicant gave us, I think it was an example of a restoration where we had allowed a partial demolition, but the issue was that that demolition was for a structure that had been added way after the building. And what they did, what the restoration did, was it took it back to as originally constructed, which I believe you all would be comfortable with, right? If they went to what the original, the historic part of the armory, if there's anything in it that's not. Ms. Goss, could you see your way to, if your conditions were met, would you be able to see moving this forward? I'm trying to figure out how we
I
go
could,
about this.
I could see moving it forward if the FAR bonus is equal to the amount of the armory they're saving. So if we give them the .64 FAR rather than the .9 FAR,
All right.
I would, that I think would work. It would reduce the size of the synagogue, reduce the seats in the synagogue, reduce the parking demand, and also make the building slightly smaller.
Mr. Hardman? anything?
Yeah, I agree in general terms with Victoria. And with one caveat, and we've talked about the parking, I think a design here needs to marry the amount of space needs by the synagogue with the parking and not have the parking as an afterthought. And at the FAR that Victoria's mentioned, I think we'd also benefit from having fewer entrances, curb cuts to the parking.
Okay.
The comment I was just going to make is I know everyone's rounding up to .9, but just so, for the record purpose, it's
It's
.86.
.86,
So just,
86,
I
yeah.
know you all know that, but just so that
Yeah, yeah.
we're all clear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We round up from a
Yeah.
.5, sorry. Do you,
What do you think of .6 FAR?
what do you guys think of Victoria's suggestion?
Well, I think that it would, it could help the scope of the project quite a bit. But then the question is, what about the parking? So we'd have to really see the ramifications of reducing the size of the building that much and see.
Just bear in mind again that to the extent that it is a church, house of worship, what's the way we define it? I suddenly blanked, but it is the number of seats inside. And what the applicant has represented to us is that there are two sets of seats inside and that they are used by the same group of people that's there, because they have the refreshment afterwards. So we have I focused on the 130 that's for the worship, and that the ratio would be 1/3 would be your required parking, and that's what our regulations require. So one of the things that about our regulations is they don't address additional uses when you're, so if you have, for example, what we discussed so much, extensions of the mission, the breakfast meetings and prayer meetings, those you wouldn't change your parking requirements for because they're part of the mission. So I'd like to give it a shot to see if we can make a motion to go forward. And again, to remind you guys, just to keep it all together is that I'd like to ask Nick, or you, I'm volunteering you, to make two motions.
It's two motions, one for map amendment, one for.
One for the
site
zoning.
plan special permit.
And I'd like us to try to move it forward, and at least that's normally our protocol. If you all aren't comfortable, then you're not comfortable, and say so. But let's give it a shot. So, Mr. McRae, may I have two motions?
Okay,
And we'll
motion,
probably jump in and interrupt you, I'm just warning you.
motion number one, for application PLPZ 2018-0327 for a zoning map amendment to rezone 226 and 230 Mason Street and 16 Havemeyer Place from CGB to CGB HO zone per section 622 and 6109 of the Town of Greenwich Building Zone Regulations. GFC Havemeyer LLC, GFC LLC owners, record owners, and Shabbat Lubavitch of Greenwich applicant. I move to approve application for map amendment. Do I hear second?
Second.
Second by Levy. Second motion. Applications PLPZ 2018-00325 and 00326 for final site plan and special permit to construct a new synagogue with preschool, reduce the size of the existing armory building, construct a 3-story parking garage behind the existing armory building on a property located at 226 and 230 Mason Street and 16 Havemeyer Place in the CGB zone. GFC Havemeyer LLC, GFC LLC record owners, and Shabbat Lubavitch of Greenwich applicant. Motion to approve application for site plan and special permit with the following conditions.
Modifications?
Modifications. Okay. One, the armory building and shed is to be retained in its entirety. No curb cut or ramp to be constructed on Havemeyer Place. All required parking for existing office and proposed uses to be contained on-site, inclusive of current property owners' parking obligations and special large attendance events. Parking shall meet the standards in section 6158 of the building zone regulations. Building should be a maximum of 40 feet in height, 3 stories. Maximum of 0.7 FAR combined lot. That's 0.323 over the existing 3.377.
So, finish and I'll ask you.
The new building should be set back 10 feet from the Mason Street Havemeyer property lines. 3 deciduous trees each shall be installed behind the sidewalk line along Mason Street and Havemeyer Place.
Okay.
Okay. 3 deciduous trees shall be installed behind the curb line along Havemeyer Place and Mason Street. The exterior materials shall be evaluated to increase the ratio of brick to stone. The exterior articulation to be maintained, especially the Mason Street Havemeyer corner recess and the Mason Street door recess. Proposed exterior signage and lighting shall be reviewed by the appropriate municipal agencies prior to zoning permit. Any additional modifications?
Did you mention the concern that Peter Levy raised about those internal ramps? I mean, the ramps that are different, that you go out, you said all the parking has to be on site.
I started actually, no curb cut ramp to be constructed on Havemeyer Place.
Okay, but one of the things that, what Peter raised is, you don't want people, sorry, that was making noise. You don't want people to be on a ramp, go outside, come around to another ramp. Or you're saying it's only gonna have one exit anyway, one entrance exit anyway on Mason, so the ramps are contained. Okay, I gotcha. Now you're changing Victoria's number. On FAR, you went to a .7,
0.7.
and the rationale on that would be?
I think at .7, I think running numbers in both ways, you come out with a building that's approximately the same size as Ms. Goss had talked about. I think Ms. Goss was talking about a .64 or .69?
0.64.
0.64. My numbers, what I was doing in terms of actually running FAR was actually taking a look at the combined lot,
Mm-hmm.
and then applying the FAR. Then you need to back out the armory,
Mm-hmm.
and then coming up with a building that was probably suitable for the site.
Okay,
So I'm not beholden to .7. We could do the .64. That would be fine with me.
.7 seems neater and cleaner and gives the applicant a little more wiggle room, so.
What is that?
How many square feet do you get? Maybe that's a good way for the
I
new
think I run out,
building.
for the new building, it's about 10,000, maybe 10,000 and
Okay.
change.
What do you all think of that?
I had a question. When you said the armory should be retained in its entirety, can you specify, be a little more precise on what that means?
Yes, I think actually going back to what HDC and SHPO had commented on is that it's not just the front building, it's the whole building. It's the brick armory in the front and the shed as the whole building, and that's what I'm talking about in terms of retaining it in its entirety.
Thank you.
Mr. Hardman, any?
And that's the shell of the building, shell of the armory.
It would actually be the whole building, yes, as it is, because I think as I had mentioned at the beginning, it's I don't think there's anything in the 6109 regulation that really contemplates any kind of compromise to the building. There's really a kind of try to avoid that, I think. I think what was it, the removal of distinctive materials, alteration of features, spatial relationships that characterize the property will be avoided. So I think that compromise that we have been talking about is something that specifically said that you should be avoiding that.
So you don't want the shed to be removed in order to build the underground parking and then to replicate the shed?
Yes, exactly.
Well, it's not so much that you don't want the shed to be removed to build underground parking. The engineering is the engineering. They can figure out what to do. So if they can figure out how to do, that's their business to engineer the project.
All right, well, the only other thing I would add is all other outstanding staff and departmental concerns. And, I think you referenced specifically the fire department. And I remember there was a letter that talked about, they watched the fire trucks go out one day. So I think we need to include anything that's outstanding like that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so now what we're going to do is have a vote on the first motion on the HO.
Chair for requested a vote on motion 1 for map amendment.
Yes. Do I have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And now we're going to have a vote on the second
Motion number 2 for site plan
motion,
special permit.
which is for the site plan and special permit. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to, we have an application that is still open that we need to close so that we can do the Greenwich Academy at 96 and 100 North Maple. And I guess I need, Mr. Cohen, you can walk slowly. I think we'll let the room clear. So, the commission's ready for a coffee break. No, don't leave. Okay, they're pretty quiet, so why don't we start with, no, now they're making noise. Well, let's just do Greenwich Academy first, because, and then we can. Yeah, and then when we close it, we'll announce who's seated, and then we'll do the decisions. So, we got something from the sewer department last week that needed to be addressed prior to deciding, and that has been amended now, that as long as the applicant addresses the outstanding issues prior to permit, he would be comfortable with us closing it and going forward. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
In zoning permit,
Yes.
as opposed to building zoning.
Yeah, zoning.
Could you state your name for the record real quick?
Oh, I'm so sorry. But it's still just regular meeting.
No, but I did ask him.
Okay. Bruce Cohen. I'm reminding him. Is it dead?
This one was.
Hello.
So glad the BET is here. The chairs are good, yeah. We like the chairs.
Yes, the amendment from the sewer division is acceptable.
And then is there anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Cohen?
No, we're happy to have you close. We're talking about the subdivision.
The subdivision.
You may close it.
Okay. All right, so we will close it. And now what I would suggest is that we follow the same process that we did for the Mason Street applications, that we have a discussion about the subdivision as well as the site plan and special permit all at the same time. And we put the motions together and vote them back to back, because this is also, one is tied to the other, so intrinsically. And dare I just volunteer you, Mr. McRae, or does someone else want to jump in?
I think you just did.
Oh, okay, yes, okay. So I'm going to say who's seated, because I always have to get reminded of that. Albin, Levy, Yeski, and McRae. Welcome, Mr. Yeski.
And, wait, Albany, and Goss.
Goss. I'm going to get this.
Reading that chair.
Okay, so I know I've been having trouble reading. I think my eyes are crossing. Mr. Yeski would like to start. Mr. McRae, you have been saved.
You sure?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, fine.
you all did yeoman duty on the first. Let me start the second. Let's, first off, acknowledge that it was a pretty healthy process. For those of you who haven't gone through the whole process, and I'm speaking for myself now, it was amazing how we've got a fair amount of input from all sides of the argument. People that loved the idea and people that hated it, people that were in the immediate neighborhood and people that were further away. So we don't often get that. Usually we get 5 to 1 or 10 to 1 or something, and it was more even at this point. I was impressed. What's that?
Talk to us.
What?
Talk to us.
talk to you, okay? Well, Commission, I was also impressed that this building is being saved as it is. We just went through one that we want to make sure people understand we're trying to preserve a historic structure. Oftentimes, the cases we get, they're going to rip down the building and build a new building. That happens very often, or at least they're going to heavily modify. So both of those are very nice. On the subdivision, the lot merger, I should say, I don't really have any comments. Hopefully another commissioner might have something there. I'm more interested in the site plan and special permit in the sense of what I think some of the major issues are there and some of the detail. If you look at the regulation 617, there is a series of things that we are asked to consider. And, you all have these. It is subsection, well, there's actually A through G, actually, with a few changes. But one of the major section is D, the standards. And in the standards, there's 12 items. And if you go down through here, and we could, well, we took out the POCD. I still have that. And I think maybe Greenwich Academy had it when they were originally applying for this, because we just changed that a year or so ago. But you've said it, a couple of people have said it, the biggest provision is the adverse impact on the neighborhood and residential uses. And interestingly, I've gone out to the site now 3 times. A little bit of background, I've lived here 45 years. I've driven down this street for 45 years. In many ways, it hasn't changed that much. Heavily trafficked. And I think when you go, and I stood with my back to the women's club, I looked at the neighborhood. Now, the neighborhood is the western side of that street at this point. And it's very interesting to me because when you look at the standards, what they actually say is it will not materially impact the neighborhood and residential areas. That word is very important. I should also say I was a senior partner at Deloitte. My firm was bought by E&Y, and I was a director at PwC. I think I know what the word material means. I looked at this site. Let's look at, if you can imagine, most of you can, most of the commissioners can, to the right of this site is Brunswick. It's an open parking lot. And I counted 50-plus cars and buses. My chairman, okay. It's open, no landscaping. It's a modern building, and it's been open for a while. When you look to the left of this site, it's a hotel, and interesting, there's a very large parking lot right on the street and bordering this particular site. So then I look at this site, and it does have parking in the front, which I have a major problem with. I want to come back to that as a modification. And it has parking on the side. It's interesting, the HDC also picked up the lack of landscaping, and I've seen a couple different site plans, and maybe we can clarify this. The one site plan did have some landscaping, but the HDC said not enough, and I agree with them. This whole landscaping of the entire site needs to be beefed up. And another site plan had the parking in the back. What I'm talking about is there's a parking right literally in the front of the building that suits about 5 or 6 cars, and then there's a bunch of parking that's up and down the side, if you guys know what I mean. The up and down the side don't bother me, but we don't want parking in the front. In spite of the fact that Brunswick has a massive amount of parking, and the property next door also has a significant amount of parking. When you keep going down the street, the parking lots only get bigger. So from the viewpoint of the neighborhood on that side, I would say that this site does not materially impact. It looks a lot like the rest of, quote, the neighborhood. By the way, this neighborhood is probably on the most trafficked road north-south in Greenwich, and having driven it, this isn't like the traffic appeared yesterday. It's heavily trafficked, and in fact, big point, a lot of the traffic is due to the lack of workforce housing. You probably know that 70–80% of the people that work in this town.
Katie, maybe turn off your mic.
Mine's on.
70–80% of the people who work in the town have to drive to town, and North Street's a major boulevard. We looked through the traffic reports. I think we concluded very minimal increase in traffic, quite frankly. So don't have a problem with the traffic. Don't have a problem with the material adverse impact on the neighborhood. That's my opinion. Everyone has to have an opinion. I think a couple other points are worth mentioning. The landscaping, I thought was being modified. I'm not sure we can get any more on that, but I would definitely think that we need to talk about the landscaping in front and maybe moving that parking as part of the modification for this particular application at this point. So, I don't know, those are some initial comments. I'd like to hear the rest of the commissioners. I do have some ideas about other modifications, but I'd like to see what the consensus is at this point.
Rest of commission, who would like to toss in some thoughts?
Mr. Esky, you bring up a lot of really good points. I think that issue of the testimony that we've heard, that this is an impact to the neighborhood. And I as well have actually been up and down the street a number of times since the beginning of this review, taking a look at the building, that kind of thing. I think what really kind of struck me is that actually that they're taking upon themselves to preserve that building, to make sure it's not going to get lost. My understanding is in a sorry state of affairs, and they're really going to bring that back. I think actually in this case, HDC is kind of endorsing this issue, that they really want to save the building. Understanding the site plan, there's a change to the site, but nothing that actually significantly changed what's happening on that street. Yes, there's more parking, but they're actually removing part of a driveway. They're putting in playgrounds, but you see a playground in a residential neighborhood anyway. I do agree, yes, some of the landscaping could be beefed up. I think that's actually to the protection of to the neighbors, that kind of thing. But I agree, as you go up and down the street, it's developed, and I think it's that connection, that transition like I've always talked about between the commercial core, the Post Road, and the residential areas. And I think actually from the stop sign at the bottom of North Street, to the traffic light on the Post Road, it's being developed. I mean, there's we've got a bunch of different things happening out there. There's another early childhood education center down the street at Second Church. We've got the Women's Club, Stanton House, the Brunswick Administration Building, which actually used to be a school. And actually, I guess there's actually some medical office uses there as well. So it's that mix, but what I find interesting is that short of actually the Brunswick Administration Building, everything has a residential scale to it. You kind of go by it. I think the first building on the street kind of looks a little odd, but it's really on the corner. But everything else actually has some sense of residential scale character to it. I think the thing with the Brunswick Administration Building, it's been there since the 80s without any kind of significant issue. I know they were very cognizant about actually traffic on the street, having a policeman there for drop-off and pickup. But now it's just an office building, I guess. And agree, being consistent with the site plan standards, the special permit standards, the 617D, specifically 9, 10, and 11. 9 being in scale with compatible surrounding uses, 10 preserving the land, the structures, the features
Mr.
having
Gorsuch.
special historical, cultural, architectural merit, and I think specifically 11, not materially adversely affect residential uses, which you've touched on. So, and I think actually one of the interesting things for me was that the Cowan Center is actually doing its best to actually reduce the amount of traffic on the site with the shuttle bus service, that kind of thing. They're phasing the drop-off and the pickup times, all those things down. In acknowledgement of, yes, there's traffic on the street. Let me see what we can do about, making it better. So, I think there's a couple of things we can do for conditions on the site plan special permit. I don't know if anybody has more or less, but I think we can discuss that in a few minutes. So,
Mr. Levy?
Yes, I think the two commissioners before me characterized this HO very, very precisely, and the specifics give a good idea of the due detail in making this work. It's very thoughtful, and the comments about making sure that the parking works as per our feeling that the parking shouldn't be on the street, and preserving the, not only the building, but also the building from the street. So landscaping is important, and not obstructing the building or making sure that the building is that the ability to appreciate the building from the curb is preserved. I feel that the traffic is not much of an issue. That has also been very detailed, and everybody's very has been very careful to deal with that issue. There is this idea of that's particularly important here about the school and what its plans for the future and how it wants to expand, and that's very admirable. It needs to figure out how to keep itself relevant and modernized so that it can function at its best and provide the excellence in education that it wants to continue doing. In my view, it would be nice to have all these activities contained on site, but they have chosen to do it otherwise, which is fine. The unfortunate part of any kind of development or redevelopment of a facility in a neighborhood is that there is this kind of creep where it goes from a residential to a more commercial use.
Do you have
If this building flips over to a different use, and you have more parking, I mean, that does affect the neighborhood, because it is very mixed. And it's just one more soldier down. But because it's a mixed area, you would expect that there'd be this kind of creep going on, because in order for this institution, the applicant, this institution, to continue to operate, it does need to figure out what keeps it relevant. I think that the town would benefit from the plans that the school has, but it is a very delicate situation to try to figure out what the neighborhood character should be and how to preserve it. I think that they've made some very good efforts to be sensitive to that. But I think that maybe there could be some other ones that could be incorporated as well.
And what would you like to see in that additional?
Well, I think that the feeling of this house as a in its historic connection to, you know, having a landscaping in front and
Can you see, I'm sorry?
and addressing the street is important, and the use shouldn't really obstruct that the historic nature of how you see the building. So putting a jungle gym right in front of the house may not be appropriate,
Okay,
but you could put it on the side. Putting parking in the front yard would also be not ideal.
they do have parking in the front yard. If they remove it, you're proposing they look at removing it?
I would say that that would be a better way to
I think it might
accommodate.
create a problem in them satisfying the parking requirements, but
Yes.
that would be theirs to address. And I think if, we'd have to have them come into staff or something. Okay. What else, Mr. Levy? So your concerns about the jungle gym, the parking in the front, landscaping, you had mentioned earlier. More
Landscaping, yeah.
robust landscaping.
Yes.
The landscaper talked about it, actually.
And Mike.
I think one of the issues is it landscaping to enhance the building, or is it landscaping to establish a screening to the neighbors?
Yes, the landscaping, to make a better connection, I'll tie it together. So the idea is that the landscaping is not to quarter off the building.
Mhm.
It's to acknowledge that there's this, a streetscape and a historic building, how you view the building from the street. So whether, I mean, one way to look at it is you have a lawn in front, going up to the front door.
Yes.
Kind of.
So landscaping not to obscure the street face, the curb appeal, if you would,
Yes.
of landscaping to afford a tool for screening or anything behind it.
Sorry, I keep doing that.
Which would not obviate the need for trees or
Right.
shrubs. Or
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hardman?
I think it's-
I'm sorry, I keep doing that. Ms.
We'll
Goss?
keep you on track.
Okay, good.
Well, I would echo Mr. Nick's comments that, and the way that Mr. Cohen likes to go through when he writes his memoranda, prepares his documents, he goes through 617 item by item, which is, I think that Mr. McRae sort of adopted that approach. And that 617D subsection 9, 10, and 11, that the building, the traffic congestion's not materially increased, that the project is in scale with the surrounding uses, and that the, is not detrimental to them. It doesn't materially affect the neighborhood because the neighborhood is somewhat mixed. So I would, and then I would also note that I think Mr. Fulton had made the argument that the applicant was asking for incentives under 6109, and that I think the applicant has stated that that's not what they're requesting in this situation.
I agree with you 100%.
As it's, the HO is there already.
Right.
It's been designated already, and the applicant's not asking for an HO. It's just using the one that's existing.
Ms. Goss, any modifications that you would want to the site plan, or?
Not other than, I would agree with the ones that have been requested.
Okay. I don't think it's going to surprise you guys that I've really struggled with this. I recognize how incredibly important education is in town, and how important the academy is and what it contributes in terms of luster, educational luster to the town. We've been talking about that with the POCD. At the same time, I got absolutely stuck on what is happening to the HO, and I just can't get past it, to be honest. The HO was created to be residential in 1979. The neighborhood was not purely residential at the time, and at the time that the HO was being created, it was somebody going into perpetuity with a property to preserve residential character. That was the intent, and I feel that in spite of other priorities, that should be respected, the residential character. So I just can't get past that, and I've tried mightily, because I know it's important for the academy. Now, that being said, that's how I feel about where I come out on the application. That being said, it's important to the academy because they are providing daycare, a huge benefit to the students of the faculty of Brunswick and the academy. And yet, this benefit is being enjoyed by non-faculty children. And if this application was modified and went forward, I hope it's, I mean, it sounds like I'm talking out of two sides of the mouth, and I guess I am, but I would want to see it be only for the children of Brunswick and Greenwich Academy teachers, because that's for whom this benefit was purported to be. That's who it serves. And the other people that are taking advantage are parents, in some cases of the schools, and they have the means and wherewithal to avail themselves of other alternatives. This benefit was explained to us as being for the children of the faculty. So those are the two things that I struggled with. They're kind of conceptual things, bigger things. Surprising you, Dennis. Go ahead.
No, I think it's an interesting comment. I'm not sure how it fits into what our purpose is here in terms of regulation, because what you're dictating is kind of a micro use within the use. So we could talk about that. If you want to submit a modification, I would add a couple points, as I do. I'm at the end, so I get. Schools are the number one priority of this town. In the 2009, it said it. We had even suggested to the schools they go out and buy land to expand. What this commission tried to do was give them a better solution. If you've been on we've all been on the Greenwich Academy campus. It's very tight. I was shocked how tight it was. And I've been on every campus in this town. I was just stunned how tight. But we nevertheless wanted to give them the chance to put more FAR on the main campus, and if we had been able to do that, then we wouldn't have this issue at all. I doubt the academy would go out and buy this building if they could have done something on campus.
The only thing is, I would just caution you not to discuss the main campus, because that's also before us.
I didn't. I suggested that, that the real issue here is FAR. I know that other private schools, and in fact, our high school, several other elementary schools are really struggling with the same issue, so we're going to have to deal with that. In addition, that school is 200 years old. It's been in this neighborhood for
Right.
200 years, and I don't think any of us is older than 200 years. So I think there's kind of an inherited right to be in that neighborhood at this point in time. So again, I don't think it materially impacts what they're suggesting. I love the historical. I noted in the Historical Commission's notes that they were a little concerned about the repair and maintenance of the building, which we know from around town, a lot of people don't want these buildings. That's why it sat on the market. They want it, they're going to maintain it. Peter, going back to your comment, I think it's perfect. I think we can arrange a modification to put landscaping, to go back to you too, Nick, all around the site for the neighbors. Although I think they ought to go to Brunswick and cut a deal, say, Brunswick, you don't have anything. That's crazy. You're not a good neighbor. You're not a good neighbor. You need to fix that. And maybe they will. Who knows? Maybe Brunswick will help them pay for that landscaping, particularly if their children are in this daycare center at this point in time. Hint, hint. So, you know, I think you have a point, but I guess I'm a little uncomfortable trying to regulate who goes into that
Well,
building.
let me just double check it with Katie. In approving the special permit and this change of use from residential to the daycare, it seems that we could put a condition on it, and maybe we do it as an enrollment cap, but that we could specify, when these types of applications were before ZBA, I know they did that, so it would seem that we would have the same authority, but let me verify it with you.
Yes, you're correct, because what they're asking for is not technically a daycare, it's it's a
Yes.
nonprofit
Yeah,
educational institution.
I keep calling it daycare, and I know that that's not what it says in the letter, sorry.
Right, so it's, so they're asking to make this a school use, so to speak, under 6-94A5. So,
And in the change of use, we can condition the change of use.
right,
Would it be more
So-
comfortable to do it maximum attendance, or would we be able to specify children of faculty?
you can do.
Either one.
Right.
Okay. So,
As long as you're making the finding under 617 as to why you're making either choice.
Can I have a few more words on that? Because
sure.
I know lots of times we approve a use, but the use is the use. Like, we don't go in and tell a restaurant, you can only have 10 tables or something. We tell them, you got a parking problem, that kind of thing,
Right.
and you have to provide parking per the number of tables. I'm not sure where this goes, what's the precedent? And there probably is, I just don't know it.
So the restaurant could be either Thai food or,
Right.
Japanese food. But
So the kid could be
it
a
this-
faculty or-
Yeah, it could be this school or that school, but the point is that there can only be the
Number.
parking has to work, right? So what
Okay.
you're doing, the use is an allowable use in that zone, subject to the special permit conditions. So that's why you correctly stated in the beginning that you looked at 617D, because that's the finding that you're making under this particular application as to whether or not this use meets those standards. If it does, then it has met the bar. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. So if there are modifications needed in order for you to make that finding, then that's what you would need to do. So
Okay,
that's
well,
where the seats get adjusted.
Okay, I defer to you. It won't change my vote, but I don't love that modification.
I have a
Well, what would
question.
you- Okay, go ahead, Mrs. Goss.
What does limiting how does that help if we put a cap on it by saying that only faculty, only Greenwich Academy and Brunswick families can be there and not affiliated families? How does that help us? What does that do for the neighborhood?
As I looked at it, I think it's kind of a twofold thing. It was represented to us that this was, initially represented to us that this was actually for the faculty of GA, faculty of Brunswick. And it was a benefit that was added to the staff. There had been a significant amount of talk about that, and I think actually it's a staff use. And even if they had affiliated families coming on to the initial site where it was, it's still a staff benefit. The other issue is that understanding that if it's a staff benefit, then maybe only staff should be using it at its new site. Then that goes to actually trying to resolve some of the issues we've heard about traffic and parking and so on and so forth on the site, going to the site.
Well, does it materially change the traffic?
I think it will. I think
The,
it will.
the current, well, first of all, because a lot of the teachers, there's, the teachers walk, the Brunswick the teachers are gonna walk or use the little shuttle. The current enrollment, their requested enrollment is 60. From what I remember of Mr. Cohen's last letter, at present, out of the 59 that are there, 41 of the children are children of faculty. So you still have a good number of kids.
That's 18 students difference.
Right, out of 60, that's a lot, though. That's 30%. 30% is a big reduction because you're getting rid of the drop-off factor. You're reducing the traffic level as well. Again, I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth because if I could get comfortable with this HO not being residential anymore, that would be what I would be looking for, but I can't get comfortable with this change in the HO. I just can't get, I'm very stuck on the fact that in 1979 it was done on purpose, the person wanted it residential, and I've pushed back hard on the attorneys, I kept asking, I looked at all the previous stuff, and that's where I can't come to the table. So I leave it to you guys if you're comfortable or not with making it for faculty only.
Well, it's, 40 years later, and things change, and it bothers me too. But I think it was stated before that our schools are important, and there are certain limitations to how this applicant can expand. So
And I
think,
do
but
understand those
But your
trade-offs.
idea is a reasonable one, to limit the number of people on the site will also help with the parking. So if it's a teacher, the teacher will drop off and park on the main campus. So you don't need so much parking on site, so you won't need to have parking in the front yard, maybe. So.
Well, there you go. I hadn't thought about it like that.
So that's a benefit. So maybe, I don't, I'm not as prepared as Ms. Goss was about the math, and, but, so that means that maybe they wouldn't have a maximum of 60 students on site. Maybe it would actually be just 50 as a result of that, whatever it
It
might
would
be.
help the parking in the front.
Yes.
The way they were calculating was instructors, so I don't remember exactly, but that might save 1 or 2 parking spaces going down to 50. I'd have to go back and look at that a little bit quicker.
But
How many parking spaces?
Whatever it may be.
Plus, I would
Yes.
love, maybe I didn't emphasize this enough, but the last site plan I looked at 3 of them. They had originally had 5 or 6 parking spaces back off the Rotary, Nick. Do you remember that? And I
Yes.
can't remember whether, I have to go back and look at the dates. I was up in the office looking, but which plan that was. But it got eliminated somehow, and I'm wondering if they could move the parking back there again to get it out of,
I
we're
think it
definitely in
was
agreement that we
to-
don't like, the parking isn't going to happen in the front, so they're going
But
to have to find a way.
I think that was to satisfy a Beta comment about the circulation. I think the changes that got made were to satisfy Beta on the flow and the circulation and people backing out into traffic or whatever, so.
Back out of the Rotary,
So if I don't remember that, the parking spaces in the front yard is 4?
5, I think.
5, okay.
5. And I think there might be a handicap space there. But I tell you what, I'd rather have somebody backing out of the Rotary than parking in the front.
Well, if you reduce the number of kids in the school, you may not have to do that either. So I don't know where you go with that. Do you guys feel like you're close enough to give a shot at some motions? Ms. Goss? Ms.
Yes.
Yesky?
Yes.
Okay.
It depends on how many modifications we have here.
Well, you can argue. And
I
you
will.
can- Okay, so you have to do the,
2,
and you've got to do the subdivision part first.
yes.
And we'll do the same thing we did before.
Okay. Motion number 1, for application PLPZ 2018-00494 for final subdivision to consolidate 96 and 100 Maple Avenue into one parcel to support development of the lot as proposed under application PLPZ 2018-00495 and 496. The Greenwich Academy Incorporated applicant. Motion to find that the proposal is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision. Do I have a second?
Second.
No, I don't think I vote on this one.
No, you read in so that we could have the same
Okay.
people seated on everything. That's why I got mixed up.
Yeah, okay,
But
got it.
now
Yeah,
I'm
you're right.
straight.
You're right.
Motion number 2, Applications PLPZ 2018-495 and 496 for a final site plan and special permit to consolidate 2 parcels and adaptively reuse the historic building located at 96 Maple Avenue from a multifamily use to a mixed use of educational use to be known as the Cowan Center, and 3 residential units for Greenwich Academy's faculty and staff, and make related exterior modifications, site and stormwater improvements on properties located at 96 and 100 Maple Avenue in the R20 and R20HO zones. Greenwich Academy Incorporated applicant. Motion to approve application for site plan and special permit with the following modifications. There shall be an enrollment cap of 50 children. The enrollment shall be limited to GA and Brunswick staff families. Enrollment is restricted to infants to 5 years of age. Tree protection systems.
Infants to 5 years.
Will you repeat that, what you just said?
Enrollment is restricted
For
from,
infants to children 5 years of age.
yes,
Yeah. Because infants can't be 5 years old.
infants to 5 years of age.
Got
Okay.
it.
Tree protection systems and plans shall be established by a licensed arborist and be submitted for staff review. The applicant to provide additional landscape around playgrounds so as to add better noise and visual protection to neighbors to the south and west. All residential units on site are designated for occupancy by GA staff only. Sewer department comments as indicated in an email dated 2/21/19 must be addressed prior to zoning permit. Directional signage and pavement markings as recommended by Beta shall be added to the final site plan map. As requested by HDC in its letter dated November 28th, 2018, the applicant shall, quote, provide samples of their materials for HDC review prior to final approval and suggest that the slate roof be restored. The property is to contain residential units and educational, early childhood education uses as proposed. Any change of use is to return to the commission.
How about landscaping?
Okay, so what about landscaping?
I think you should add words that the landscaping needs to be significantly enhanced, all sides, particularly the front, per Peter Levy's comments, not only on the street, but near the building. So I don't know whether there's a different word for that, but street as well as immediately adjacent to the building.
As per the historic character.
Yes.
So I'm confused on that, because I thought I heard Mr. Levy say that he wanted to keep the streetscape open.
Yeah, you can do that without, like, one possibility is just to bring it up. One of the issues is that there's slant parking on the right-hand side. You could bring landscaping in a little bit there without shielding the building at all, with the idea of shielding it from the street. Right now, there is some, but HDC said it needs to be enhanced.
Okay.
Would that be actually to screen the parking that's in the front yard?
Not in the front yard, no, I think we're in agreement. I hope that was in there. Did you also say they have to move that front yard parking?
No, I did not.
You got to get that in there.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And I think they have room in the back. If not, this 50 cap would help a couple of the spaces. The spaces are based on the number of instructors and help, plus some others. So you got to go back and look at it. But I think it'll save a couple.
Is it crazy to say that the cap would be set at the number that you don't need the front yard parking for anymore? Is that a possible thing, or is that a weird way to?
Well, no, that would actually open them up to put more parking in. if
No,
they-
no, no,
or
you're saying-
that would open them up to stay at 60 if they could find that parking someplace else.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what you want?
Yeah.
See that? Thank you, Chair. You owe me one for that, because I don't think that's what you meant.
Okay, anybody else, comments on the motion?
But you got the parking, right, Nick?
Did
Yeah.
somebody second the?
No, not yet, we're
Okay,
making
thank
comments.
you.
Front yard parking to be relocated to the back of the site? Is that what the intent of that is?
No, no,
We
getting
got to
rid of
kick
it.
it to them.
Oh, you want to leave it to them? But back of the site has neighbors?
Well, no, off the Rotary isn't right, is almost in the
it's-
back of the building, and that's where it was at one point.
So-
And if it was a Beta comment, then let's go negotiate with Beta.
So
just say
front yard parking to be relocated to an alternate
Or removed.
location on site.
Not
Removed.
be in the front,
Or removed.
Just removed. I would just say removed.
unlike Brunswick and
Remotes.
neighbors to the right and
Hey.
left.
We can only fix things one decision at a
I
time.
agree. It's just,
Removed or relocated?
To be removed or relocated.
Removed. Ms. Goss, removed or relocated?
Relocated.
Okay. Relocated? Relocated?
That's fine.
Relocated.
Okay.
They would still have the cap,
They would still have the cap. Yeah.
so they might not even need to.
Right. They might not need to relocate. Okay. Anybody else comments on this one? No? On Mr.
How do
Mack?
you want to do 11?
Huh?
How do you want to word number 11?
What?
Landscape. I
Landscape.
have actually two parts to that, actually. It
Yes,
was,
so do you want
He's
to
been
put them together?
typing busily, hasn't he?
Yes. Do you want to add them
Let's see.
together? Or
I have, initially, actually, the applicant is to provide additional landscape around playgrounds so as to add better noise and protection to neighbors to the south and west. I think what I need is specific direction on the landscape enhancement, where specifically.
well, mine would be to try to shield the slant parking on the right-hand side of the lot, but not obscure the building. There's a space there.
Mhm.
They could run it up more than 5 feet, 6 feet in there. So it would help, it's not gonna make it invisible, but it's gonna help.
So you want to screen from the street of the parking that's actually on the
Right.
north side of the...
North side,
Okay.
correct.
Did you remember my sewer comments?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay, and then when you were talking, just to clarify, when you were talking about that tree protection, you mean like having an arborist do a plan?
Yeah, that's what he
for
said.
The big elm in the back?
Yes,
whatever-
the significant trees, the big elms.
The big tree in the back,
Yeah.
okay.
All right,
Anything,
so-
any of the large specimen trees that are staying, to make sure that they're actually healthy and that there's no compromise during the construction.
Okay, and then,
And, you know, the historic character
did
of the...
you land on relocate or remove or whatever's works best, given the?
They
cap of
landed on
50?
relocate, I think. But, yeah,
They
why
don't-
don't you say whatever works best?
Because if they don't need it.
Yeah,
then
if they don't
obviously
need
they're
it, it
not-
goes away. If they need it,
Okay.
it gets relocated.
Compromise.
Yeah.
Spirit of compromise.
So how do you want to say that? Relocated or removed,
If they don't need it.
If not needed.
if not required?
Okay. Anybody else got anything to toss into this one?
Do you want to, does it help to say, as far as landscaping in front and preserving the historic character of the...
HDC had asked to review the landscaping, is that not correct? So they will look at it and they will sign off on the landscaping. It's gonna go back to them. So they will look at
Okay.
whether it's consistent with the character.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
So, I'm sorry, you just said that it needs to go back to HDC
Yeah.
to get the certificate
He
of,
put that, he said
Got
that
it,
in the
okay.
beginning. It's in
Right.
the beginning of his motion, do you?
on
maybe
the
since-
specifics of the renovation of the building.
Maybe Nick can read it all
But we
back to you.
don't think it's important to reiterate the idea that,
Sure, reiterate it.
well...
Nick, reiterate it.
Okay, let's just, okay, so, where are we here? Following modifications, there shall be an enrollment cap of 50 children. The enrollment shall be limited to GA Brunswick staff families. Enrollment is restricted to infants to 5 years of age. Tree protection systems and plans shall be established by a licensed arborist and be submitted for staff review. Applicant to provide additional landscape around playgrounds so as to better shield from noise and protection for the neighbors to the south and west. All residential units on site are designated for occupancy by GA staff only.
And that's what they intended. We're just doing belt and suspenders, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sewer department comments as indicated in email dated 2/21/19 must be addressed prior to zoning permit. Directional signage and pavement markings as recommended by Beta shall be added to the final site plan map. As requested by HDC in its letter dated November 28th, 2018, the applicant shall provide samples of their materials for HDC review prior to final approval and suggest that the slate roof be restored. Property is to contain residential units and early childhood education uses as proposed. Any change of use is to return to the commission. Landscape is to significantly be enhanced on the north side of the lot to screen the proposed parking from the street.
Yeah, it's north and east, a little bit on the east. Again, it's not to obscure the house, but to help on the parking.
What do you guys want to do with Mr. Levy's jungle gym concern?
Well, you could just say that.
Nothing should obscure the front of the house.
Landscaping should preserve the
Okay,
historic character of the
Okay.
front of the property.
and I didn't hear you say my sewer
front
thing.
of the building.
He said it.
You
Yeah,
did,
he said
okay.
it.
I
And then
just,
we-
One more time.
oh, no, I believe you, no, stop, stop.
No, he said it.
I believe you, okay.
And when you said HDC prior to approval, you mean approval for zoning permit?
Yes, that's what I meant,
Thank you.
yes.
Okay. Do I have a second for this?
Second.
Okay, Goss and Yeski seconded at the same time. You took Yeski? Okay.
Probably because he's closer, but
Okay,
that's what I
you
heard
took
first.
Yeski?
Yeski?
Okay, so now that we've got those moved and seconded,
Can I have a
I have a
request?
vote, yes?
Motion, can I request a
yes.
vote on motion 1, Madam Chair?
Yes, I am requesting that, Mr. Secretary. On the first motion,
For lot consolidation?
yes, which is neither a sub nor a resub.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Madam Chair, can I request a
And
vote
I'm an
on
aye as well, so that's 5-0. And
that-
okay, so the next one, if you.
Motion number 2 for site plan special
Yep.
permit?
Second.
May I have a vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm a nay on the site plan,
All
I didn't
opposed?
vote.
1.
okay?
I just want it for the record that I'm not in love with this, but I'm going to vote in the spirit of your compromise. So it's 4-1.
Okay. So it's 4-1.
Okay.
Put it in the record. I don't love that.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Well, we could have failed to carry it, we would have tried again.
No. I just, we got it. All right,
Okay.
next.
Okay, so let's take a little break
Oh, we're going to have a break.
and let everybody vacate.
I hope I didn't say that to Marguerite, because I was trying to get away with not doing that. Did I say hi to her too? No, I wouldn't have talked to her.
Just checking. You don't even know what I'm presenting.
I'm in favor. I support Mr.
I-
Hagney's next application.
Thank you, and I will remind them of that. Don, you need to be here. Eric is still in the Stone Age. He needs this. The rest of us have joined the 21st century. Can you put it on the next one?
Have you been having, okay, we don't have Victoria, but there she is. Okay, that was a 5-minute break nobody's getting again.
Still getting out of here.
Yes?
Yes, please.
Okay. No, no, no. Okay.
You're doing so well at saying yes, I don't want to break the spell.
I did not, as you may recall. Okay, so we are now going to go and start hearing regular applications. And we are going to start with Robert, somebody else have it on? No? Okay, Robert P. Altamaro and Soriana L. Altamaro at 57 Sundance Drive. Mr. Hegney, would you proceed? I'm going to turn.
That's fine. It makes me feel comfortable and wanted. We were here last month with this application. No, but Plenty of my friends have, though, and my partners. This is to confirm a separate lot on Sundance Drive at the cul-de-sac at the end of Sundance. When we were here last, you wanted to get comments and discussion with the Public Works Department regarding ownership of Sundance and who has what rights to Sundance and the cul-de-sac, and also have a discussion with the Law Department. What we mentioned last time and what we shared with the Law Department was that although the town has accepted Sundance Drive as a public right-of-way, they did not take title to the land. And so when the Altomaros bought these two lots, they bought essentially to the center of the road, as is shown on the survey that's on the screen. And so the town maintains a right-of-way, having had it accepted by the RTM, but it does not take title. And the lots in their configuration and my client's ownership remains as it was when these lots were subdivided in 1968. And I think we left it open just for that discussion. And I would ask that you confirm that Lot 56 is a separate building lot.
And then the fact that you've got the right-of-way is not deducted from your total property because it was created in 69. And then, exactly, and then, and then you've got I've got a note here that the southerly side yard and rear yard setbacks for the existing house are legally non-conforming.
Actually, I think when this was approved for construction on Lot 57, they considered the setback for the rear yard to be from a 10-foot line facing Sundance and measuring off of that, which is a separate section of the regulations for unusually shaped lots. And we do meet the side yard setback between lots 56 and 57.
Does anybody have any questions on this application? No? Do I have any comments from the public on this? In that case, we will close this, and Mr. Secretary, could I have a motion? Sorry. I have to keep my mic off. We asked the BET to give us a new sound system. That's the best we can do
And
tonight.
she said they have the same, so hopefully it gets in there somehow. Right?
She also said you have another month to put it in for the...
Yeah, she told us to come to the hearing. Okay, Mr. Secretary.
For application PLPZ 2018-00574, for final subdivision to confirm the two lots held in common ownership at 57 Sundance Road would be considered two separate building lots of 10,864 square feet, excluding 2,145 square feet of right-of-way, and 11,569 square feet, excluding 1,580 square feet of right-of-way, for lots 57 and 58, shown on map 4931, located at 57 Sundance Drive in the R12 zone. I move to confirm that the two lots are two separate building lots. Second?
Second.
Second, Fox?
Just telling you,
Okay.
because I've been doing it all night. Do I have, may I have the votes, please? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Our next application is Dulce Miller at 260 Stanwich Road in the RA1 for a preliminary subdivision. Mr. Brower, when you're ready. So you got a chair. You got a motion? Okay, just telling you. As far as I know. Okay. We don't know. Just shout at us.
Okay. Good evening on behalf of the property owner, Darcy Miller, Broward. This is a preliminary subdivision application. I did go to the briefing yesterday, so I understand a number of the concerns that were raised. So if you just bear with me, I can walk you through how we came about to be with the current plan that's before you tonight. The first handout I provided to you is 2 sheets from the GIS map. The first one is the topo map. You can see Stanwich Road running north-south. We're on the left-hand side, highlighted in blue, number 260. And you can see we're directly across the street from the large campus of the former Stanwich School. And the property slopes from Stanwich down to a brook, which is impounded with a dam, so there's a little pond in the rear. The second sheet is an aerial photograph depicting existing conditions as well. So the next 2 packets, what I did was show the 2 versions of the application. We have the original one that was submitted to wetlands and the revised one. And then the second page of your submission indicates the actual development plan for the grading, house sites, septic, and drainage that were developed to demonstrate conceptually that there's feasibility to create 2 separate lots here. So the first application that we submitted to wetlands is the one on the top, and it has this little circular line in it. And that is the actually only way mathematically that we can lay out the lot in order to comply with the zoning regulations. So that first submission on sheet 1A is a fully compliant layout in all respects with the zoning regulations.
Even though it's plonk in the middle.
So we then developed the site plan for that, which is shown here as 1B, and we went to the Wetlands Agency, and they reviewed it, and they were concerned about the proximity of this house site in its relationship to the wetlands and to the stream corridor. And they asked why the funny shape, why this couldn't be pulled back, why couldn't it look more normal? And we explained that that was the peculiarity of the zoning regulations, that there's certain things that have to be fit or met in order to comply. And they said, well, that's nice, but we'd prefer that you did something that moved the house back a little bit further. And we explained that to change that lot line to allow for that would require a variance. And they said, well, please do that. We certainly would like to see a layout that's more respectful of the environment, provides a better setback. And so we then prepared the second plan, which is a fully compliant plan with zoning, with the exception of obviously the circle here for parcel B, and overlap the line. So we have 2 normal-looking lots, and we wound up with a layout for the site development that Wetlands heard at their December meeting, and they found it to be substantially better than the compliant proposal in terms of increasing the buffer between the wetlands and the house, providing open space area for usable for the residents, as well as the 15% restricted area. So the reason we're here as a preliminary is that you can't go for Board of Appeals on variances of lots in a proposed subdivision without a, quote, proceed to final. So we're here requesting a preliminary approval so that we can go to the Board of Appeals, which is scheduled for March 6th. So both proposals work as far as septic. Health Department has approved. The Engineering Division has actually given final approval, subject to a zoning permit for it. And the zoning has been confirmed to be in compliance, except for the current proposal with respect to the circles. These are plans that demonstrate the feasibility and establish essentially the footprint. Before a building permit can be applied for either of these dwellings, we'll have to go back to wetlands for actual building permits for the proposed final development of the actual house and finished grading. So that, where we are.
Comments from the commission? Mr. Hardman?
Yeah, I guess my comment based on our discussion yesterday was you present us an interesting problem when you come back, if you succeed with the Zoning Board of Appeals with 2 non-conforming lots. And if we take action this evening and we see this for final approval, that's a separate decision.
I didn't follow, I'm sorry.
Sorry. We're prepared to respond to the application regarding a subdivision, knowing that these would be non-conforming lots. The 150-foot circle, as you point out, you've sort of would propose that as a hardship to the Zoning Board of Appeals. And we understand that if they would approve this, it comes back to us for final, but, you know, we're not bound by our decision tonight based on the subdivision ruling as to the final site plan.
Well, we don't, obviously, until the Board of Appeals, one, you have to make a decision as
Right.
we proceed to final or not, subject to the Board of Appeals or other conditions. 2, the Board of Appeals has to either approve or deny it. So then we'll know what we're actually submitting for a final subdivision. So this is not an unusual circumstance. It's only recently that the board actually established the requirement of having a preliminary approval, as the regulation reads. In the past, people
I'd
would-
never seen it.
Hmm?
That's why I had never seen one.
Yes. And
I knew I had never seen one, and everybody's like, no, this happens all the time. So it does, but that's why I had never seen one.
Right, so you don't, this 2-step process was only recently enforced as a result of opposition on an early case from last year, where it pointed out that the planning board had no authority, Board of Appeals, to hear them without a preliminary approval. That becomes amusing because there's no such thing as a preliminary approval, it's a proceed to final. Nonetheless, it's now established that the board wants an indication preliminarily from this board. So the number of variances that have been granted by the Board of Appeals and subsequently approved by you as subdivisions, usually 2 lots, sometimes it's 3, where applicants have been given variances for frontage, to have deficient fronting lots, to have deficient area lots. That is a very common practice if the board finds that the hardship is unique and it's warranted. So this isn't a new dilemma that you're being presented with. It's also not our first instance what we've applied for. We submitted.
It is a new dilemma, or it's not a new dilemma?
It's not.
It's not new, no. So, and we're not doing this in order to get 2 lots. We have a perfectly legal layout that fortunately, the Wetlands Agency felt quite strongly that to protect the resources on this site, that a prudent and feasible alternative was available, and they asked us to explore it. So that's the only reason we're here. We're not bringing you deficient lots that are non-compliant, that somehow need to get some approval in order to get over the hump. All we're trying to do is satisfy what the Wetlands Agency wants.
So this is a procedural request, given the continuum that'll follow. So second question, the topography of this site's really challenging. I bike by it a number of times every year. Is there any consideration to simply redeveloping a single home on this site, given the very steep fall off from Stanwich, as well as the whole issue we're facing right now with the subdivision?
Well, it is, the topography certainly is there. One thing to keep in mind when you're looking at these maps where you see the closeness of the contours, these are 1-foot contours, so it gives the illusion of it being much steeper. Usually you see 2-foot contours. If it was done that way, it would look different. But the slopes for the driveways, the grading, the drainage, septic, everything works. I mean, it is sloping, but the other homes that are there have been developed similarly, and this lot wound up in its current state in order to be dividable.
Okay.
So can you, just to back up a second, so the plan that you have that complies, the first one that you sent to the Wetlands Agency, you can get the 150-foot circles on both lots?
Correct.
And then the argument was made that because you have to have the structure within within the circle.
A third of the
a
building.
third of the building, they asked you to move the circle forward, and that's where the problem.
Yeah, or actually, since you can't move the circle, it became then a question of simply seeking a variance of that circle requirement.
So why, right, of the circle requirement?
Yes.
So it's not of the circle per se, it's of the, of the requirement to have a third of the structure.
No, it's the circle. In other words, the requirement that you have a 150-foot circle in each lot cannot be met.
Well, it
Well, it can, right.
Well, except in order to satisfy the wetlands,
No, you could have kept the original lot line with the circles and moved the building outside of the circle and sought a variance for not having the building inside the circle.
Right, so in other words, you'd be seeking a variance of 6-203D, which is the one that requires a third of the building area be within
right, so you would wind up with
The
a
lot
much,
shape.
a much skinnier house in order to accommodate it.
But-
This is where the development wants to be, doesn't want to be further up. The Health Department, Wetlands acknowledged that the good area for the septic system is up here.
Yeah, everybody, that's a no-brainer.
But Andy, I think
But
that's
Katie-
essentially what's being asked.
Go ahead. Katie, I thought that he was coming in under, am I wrong about this? Okay, forget it. Mr. Hardman, go ahead, I'm just double-checking this. Mr. Hardman, you started to say something?
I was
Oh, you're chewing a
responding to,
cookie, sorry.
Mr. Fox's comment that I think that's what they've come back to us with, Andy, that you can't get the 150-foot circles in here. There's not, if you just look at the frontage, there's not 300 feet of frontage, so there's no way to get
No, what I was suggesting
two circles
on
abutting one
on
another.
1B, is Exhibit 1B,
Yes.
you shift that house further to the street to give them the same setback from the wetlands. And that way you're getting a variance, I guess the question is, so a lesser of two evils, having the circle
Same.
non-compliant
Or not having enough frontage.
or not having enough frontage, or having a third not within the circle.
Right.
Right.
So,
Or the option where you were going with before is you have the 150
yeah,
and you have a considerably smaller house.
yeah. And it's
Because-
outside the
because if it's-
circle.
Right. Well, you could get still some in the circle. You're saying that none of the house can be in the circle with it pushed back per
Well,
wetlands?
The further you push it back, you start working against the grades. You have a septic system here at the top of the slope. It needs certain separating distances before you can cut or undercut the grade adjacent to it. So when you slide it up, even if it's being made into a smaller house, you wind up having trouble providing for parking and access to the garage. So it's not a good plan. It's making it unnecessarily small. I mean, what I don't understand here is we have a plan that fully complies with the regulations.
No, it
But
doesn't.
No.
no, Plan 1 totally complies with the regulation,
1A,
1A.
the one you
1A.
sent, yeah.
And that's what we submitted to the Wetlands Agency.
Okay.
It meets every single one of your standards. Now what we're talking about is not, is it too big, too bulky? And I don't understand many of the comments
Okay,
that
well,
were
let
made
me-
yesterday.
let me
It's
try
about the
this.
environment. Every time an
No, let me
application-
try this out on you. Our job here is to interpret our regulations and apply them as we interpret. Now, what would be the point of the 150-foot circle? It's to indicate the area that can be developed, that there is a developable area, correct? When you plop that 150-foot circle on a wetland, that's not area that can be developed. And where I'm coming back to is, my interpretation of the regulations is that that is what the 150 is meant to show, that you have a lot that can be developed by showing that circumference. Now, I then said, what gets in the way of full development is the fact that that happens to be a wetland, and they're gonna go to, they don't have the developable lot in full, and they wanna have full FAR, and yet they have this massive wetland which should be respected, and really the circles prove it that it isn't being respected. So I was making 2 points, and I'm sorry I didn't make the first one clear enough, but where I was going is, what's the intent of the 150 circle? They were teasing me yesterday that it's some vagary of little crap in the regulations, but it's not. It's to show that you have a lot that can be developed.
It's more complicated than that. I'd be happy to.
Because you used to be here. You used to be staff. He used to be staff, just so you guys know.
I've also been involved in projects that have resulted in amendments to regulations, and the requirement that a third of the house fit within a circle is actually not that old. The circles go back a long time. They were, I think, even in the 47 regulations. The circle was adopted long before there was a wetlands agency. What they wanted originally was not to have long, stupid, silly lots that had 125 feet. It looked like you had 4 acres, but it looked like to everybody that you were developing on a quarter acre of a lot. So the circles was a way to eliminate that. What happened was off of North Street, somebody back in the, I think it was the 90s, had a lot, and it had the frontage, and then it got narrowed down, and it had a huge wetland out in the back, a giant wetland, and they put the circle back there. So it was back to the same thing, a narrow lot, 2-acre zone, but there was no perception of the land being there for 2 acres. So the regulation was amended to say you need to have at least a third of your house in that circle. So that's how it's evolved. And there's been a lot of times where existing constraints have allowed people or put people in a position where the only way they could get the development is to go for a variance. The Board of Appeals has granted them, and you've allowed for subdivisions consistent with them.
So
we were dealing with like a couple, 3-4 acres, and we were laying out lots here, there, and everywhere. I would agree, then it comes down to is, come on, there's got to be a better way to do it. Maybe you lose a lot, maybe you don't. We've got,
for clarification,
yes.
Lot 1 fully complies, or your 1A or whatever, or B is fully compliant.
1B, yes,
B.
with the curve in it.
With the curve in it.
This is 1A.
1A, okay.
1B, the 1B on the,
That's on the, it's the topo on the other
Right.
side, yeah.
1B is the development plan.
that's, you're saying that is conformant to our regulations.
Correct.
And, but on 2B,
Yes.
it doesn't meet the circle within the lot, nor does it meet the 1/3 of the house inside the circle.
Well, if
So
you don't,
we lose both.
not really. If you don't have a circle, then there's no place to put it. It's one
Yeah,
of the.
but
What is
that's
this
my-
coming back to? That's what I'm concerned about. You have a fully compliant subdivision, except for the wetlands makes a modification. We're
except,
here to
No,
no, you
Oh, really?
couldn't do the 1/3. You wouldn't have 6203D if wetlands hadn't made you the modification, and because you plonked the circle over the wetland.
A portion.
So there's there's no way you would have had
Less
it.
than a third of the lot, less than a third of the circle has a wetland in it. That happens. You don't have dry lots where circles show up high and dry
Okay,
on
so
subdivisions. That's not
here's
new,
the
that's
thing.
not different.
You have a situation where you're not conforming with 2 different regulations that are meant to identify whether or not you have a fully developable property, whether or not you have a subdivision that is making sense to people, and I would be, so what I would like to do, let me try this out on you guys before I talk out loud,
Can I
is,
just correct?
what if, go
Sorry to
ahead.
interrupt, but just to correct, we have a subdivision proposal initially that fully complied. It was in violation of nothing. It actually even met wetland standards. However, they said, let's do the right thing for the, so let's start with, we have a fully compliant subdividable property, but for the wetlands agency who said, give us a bigger buffer, it doesn't make sense to do that.
So
it
you're,
didn't meet wetlands, though, you're saying?
Well, they were, if push came to shove, and they asked what
the
happens if.
circle was in the wetland.
Right, but he's saying it met wetlands, but they wouldn't give you a permit on the plan that you submitted. But-
No, because they asked very seriously, why does it look so ridiculous? Isn't there something we can do to come up with a plan that makes sense?
Let me run this by you again. You put, oh, maybe it's only a third. You are supposed to demonstrate the intent, in my mind, the intent of the circle deal is to show that you have a lot that can be developed. When you plonk, I have one. When you plonk, or do you have one? When you plonk the circle on the wetland, you're not showing that you have a lot that can be developed. Now, I'm okay, I mean, would you be, we have to write a report to ZBA. And what I would say is, to reduce, and I'm asking the commission this, because I asked it yesterday too, to reduce the overall FAR, or Andy, you need me to find a scale, right, first?
I think what Ms. Alba was talking about is actually, we kind of take a step back and take a look at, you've got the developable lot in your 1B. It looks a little odd, but it works. You've got the two circles.
I didn't bring any
You've got
notes,
enough
so-
land, you've got enough set aside, that kind of thing.
I can tell you that the circle is 7.
You have a different proposal because of a request by wetlands
Yes.
that actually now is contrary to our regulations, because the circles don't fit.
Which is why there's a Board of Appeals.
Right,
Right.
but,
Well, I think what we're looking at is kind of a balance. You're asking us to kind of compromise the regulation based on an environmental issue. And I think what we had talked about yesterday is actually, is there some forgiveness in the FAR? Can we make these buildings a little bit smaller to accommodate not having a full compliance with the 150-foot circle?
One, there's no correlation other than being punitive. The actual footprint, the development is what creates the impact on the environment or not. So if the FAR can be complied with, we have the right density, we have the acreage to support the FAR. It's up to wetlands and your other standards of different town departments to make sure we can put it there. How it gets designed with a giant attic that doesn't count with floor area or not, are all things that are outside of your consideration or anybody's. So we meet all of these regulations. So short answer is I think there's no correlation, there's no nexus between FAR and environmental impact or bulk or density, which is what FAR relates to, is to the land. It's a ratio
Right.
of the land.
Now, in your application to wetlands, they were cognizant of the significant site disturbance for the two properties as developed?
Yeah, they have read through it. You can read the reports. They observed the topography, they observed the appropriateness of where the septic was going to go, the drainage, and their concern was how close we were coming down to the setback area, particularly because if it was narrow and they had their buffer that they were going to have, which is beyond our open space easement restriction.
I've seen that, yes.
It would be unrealistic. You'd have kids running around wanting to play in an area that was off limits. You pull the house back up, you wind up with a usable yard that doesn't put pressure on the buffer, and we actually are restoring existing disturbed lawn area
Right.
down by the wetland that gets returned to a natural setting. So from their point of view, it was a win and the right thing to do.
Okay. It's interesting, actually, because you give us the GIS, and I'm looking at the properties, and it seems that the properties, adjacent properties, even on the other side, seem to be this kind of, squarish shape. And now we're actually, even like as you said, we're actually, striking it into a narrow lot, two narrow lots. and maybe that's the issue in terms of being contrary to our regulation, is that it's two narrow lots, which is, doesn't support the 150-foot circle, which is why we have the 150-foot circle, so we don't have very narrow, funny-shaped lots in an area. One question I would have is, was it contemplated, or can it be contemplated to actually provide one driveway for both sites? Almost to this effect of actually the lot to the north, I guess it is actually mirror that one mirror it right through the center of the house, flip it over, and actually combine the two lots into two driveways, so you have one driveway coming in that goes off to the north, one that goes to the south as proposed. It seems actually even the septic system, include that in the mirror over and see if that works.
I'm not sure why we would do that. And you've got a situation with the slope where it certainly is better for each individual to control what happens and when on its driveway and not have one subjected to the other. That certainly complicates things. It meets the standards for site distance, slope, everything else, and doesn't interfere with the septic. The drainage certainly has accommodated that.
Can I go back to the two submittals, please? How many square foot was the house that was closest to the wetlands in FAR under the all conforming to zoning?
We never calculated FAR. We never proposed an actual house. These are footprints.
Okay,
so there is no FAR requirement or calculation.
But the footprints are different. So what's the difference in the square footage of the footprint?
From this one to this one?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly.
Okay. What was the wetland buffer that you went in with?
It was, it varied as you went along. Read
The
there.
narrowest point.
So in the initial submission, they observed that there was a proposed patio parcel A at 33 feet separating distance, and site grading on parcel B was 38 feet. In the revised submission, parcel A went to 60 feet separating distance, and parcel B went to 50 feet. So that's what they found as significant differences in the project. This is measured from the wetland boundary. There's also, as part of it, then a buffer area. So you have the wetlands, you have our open space easement, and then you have what they have requested to be the established permanent buffer demarcation that would not be developed. So they're measuring in each case to the wetland. This was the 30 or so, and this is the, well, it's, well, it was restorative in areas. Nonetheless, as part of the revision, we came up with an increased buffer, as well as returning lawn area to a natural environment. So it's a combination of things. They were most concerned about the proximity to the actual regulated area, and that's what the no, 33 feet, which is what they observed, and now that's gone to 50 and 60 feet. Well, you can see very easily. It's here was the original, and obviously substantially different under the revised plan.
Okay, so you're going to the ZBA on March 6th?
Right.
Okay. And the argument there is that you're coming in with a variance of the lot circle requirement, 205A. Okay. And I'm reading the application here. It's based on a request by wetlands to vary, or to relocate the building and relocate the circle. So I think actually from where we are right now today, I think is actually we need to get off to the ZBA on the 6th.
Well, the first thing I'd like to do is talk about the report that we're going to send to ZBA. Andy?
Well, on that, it's not a report, it's there's a section in the regulations on changes in use where you actually do have the opportunity to produce a report with respect to those findings. This regulation, oddly, it's written, simply says we need a preliminary approval.
We're going to send comments to ZBA. And what would you like to say in those comments? Does anybody have any thoughts?
Well, can I just ask a question about the wetlands before we go a little further here?
Chair.
Huh?
I just want to, can you characterize what these wetlands are for me, please?
Pond,
So-
then wetland in front of it.
Okay, and,
There's a pretty picture here.
It's a combination of wooded area, it's a dam pond, which is a fringe wetland, and the adjacent areas, part of which are developed with lawn and part of it is in a wooded state.
around the pond, what is the condition and what is it like? Is it similar all the way around this
Oh, you mean
man-made
up
element?
and down? I'm not sure. On adjacent properties? I think these have all been developed, certainly to the north prior to wetlands. I don't have the permit history on these.
Is this pond fed intermittently? Does it dry out? I mean,
It's a dammed brook, and as far as I know, it holds water substantially throughout.
is there any residential use of the pond?
Well, you're allowed to do fishing and boating and whatever. I think the
Sure.
plans even call for an access to it with a walkway mulch path to the edge of the pond. So
Is this edge endangered somehow, and therefore you have to
no, but
buffer it? I mean, I don't.
no, the agency wants, whether it's a new condition or an altering a developed condition, they want to make sure that there's a buffer, and preferably planted and as natural as possible. The idea being to filter runoff, sheet flow from the lawns, fertilizers, pesticides, if people are applying that to their lawns, and they want it to remain stable lawn and not erosive and exposed soil to eliminate sedimentation. So we're fine with the expanded buffer from where we had it here to now where it is larger, and the permit actually requires us to develop a detailed planting plan for that area to restore areas that are lawn.
Okay, so thank you. I just want to ask about this idea of what our role here is vis-a-vis the variance. Is this a new role for us? And how we approach
Well, it's the regulations from
this?
1979, and the one I'm reading from is section 6-19, subsection 5. And this has to do with the responsibilities of the Planning and Zoning Board of Appeals. And it states, to hear variance requests involving proposed lots in subdivisions that have received preliminary approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, so understanding that,
In other words, what we're really doing is would be sending this to final, is really what we're doing.
Right.
That's a preliminary. And then with that, once it's charged as a approval, then they can use that as a fodder for going to get a variance. But in the meantime, we're approving this application based on a request from IWWA, correct? In contramand to our regulations.
Well, as Mr. Hardman stated initially, that the preliminary has no legal standing, And so what you're doing is you will be moving it to final, but there's nothing that prevents you, and in fact you should, be noting all of your comments in the preliminary. So
Right.
as an example, you just stated one of them, that there can be a compliant lot situation here, but because of a different agency, there's been a request to have a deficient lot, and you can point out how
Okay,
you
so
feel
I'm
about
wrong about that. Good, good.
And
That's
it's
what I
not just
wanted to
wetlands is the only agency that cares about the environment. Your regulations are packed full of them as well. So this is actually a good plan,
Did you say it was a very good plan?
a good plan.
Oh, you can't steal Mr. DeAndrea's line.
I didn't pound my fist.
Oh, okay. Okay, so.
Actually, I have a
where you
question.
guys- Oh, okay. So here's the deal.
Question for staff, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're looking at an issue of discussing a preliminary subdivision. There was mention of report, or are we sending something to them, comment, or?
We do both. We make the findings, stop me, Katie, if I'm wrong, we make the findings as we're making our motion, and we can send that to ZBA, or we can send comments to ZBA. We could do either one, is that not correct?
Well, I think you should, you should take action on the preliminary and move that to final, and the whereas clauses and the comments that you make will be memorialized, so to speak, in the decision letter, which we will then,
Give immediately
which
to,
the ZBA can review.
okay. So it's not appropriate for us to mention to ZBA that we would like to see conditions on a variance.
No, because the zoning.
I knew you
board-
were going to say that, I just needed you to say it out loud. Okay. Okay, so we should probably move along with our agenda, you guys, because we've been talking about this for a while. Does anybody want to offer some wrap-up?
I just want to say, can we add the conditions when it comes back?
Maybe somebody in the audience wants to say something.
No, first, let's just figure out where we are, and then I'll go to the public.
Ms. Koss, what was that again?
I said, can we, when the matter returns to us, if the variance is granted, can we then add conditions?
Yes.
Yes, because it'll be coming back as a final.
And then it's a de novo review. It's completely separate and apart. Then it does have legal standing if he comes back as a final, and it's a.
Straight
up.
subdivision, actually, yeah, okay.
Okay, so does anybody want to land on something before we go to the public and before we? You want to hear public? Okay, everybody wants to hear public. First, do we have any public comment on this? There you are, sir. You have to come forward and do it all very formal. Yes, sir. And they don't work very well, but.
My name's Kevin Deacon. I actually live at 254 Stanwich, which is actually the property exactly south of the proposed site that they're talking about currently. We have concerns. A gentleman over here, I think, mentioned that the topography is not well suited, we think, to a two-property development. We would encourage thoughts along possibly replacing the existing property with a single property. And a layman like myself can see that fitting better on their overall site. There are significant issues. The southern half of our property is certainly impacted massively by wetlands, and I would imagine they had some issues on their side where they border us. The pond is permanent. Gentleman was asking, it's permanent and it is fed by a stream, but it's always there. It sometimes floods. It can overflow the banks a little when it does go into flood. So I would suggest that sort of the edges of the pond are not substantial. Someone would need to consider what impact that would have there. I've not been a party to the sort of the Plan B and the Plan A options. I did come to Town Hall a week or so ago and see the current application, which was supposedly coming before you today. We also agreed that they seem to be very narrow lots in which they're trying to put these two properties. I understand when you do a subdivision, do you have to actually give some of the land to the town as a gesture, as part of that process?
We created the two-lot subdivision. The rest of the state does only for 3 lots. When we went to 2 lots, we gave people the option, instead of doing deeding open space, what it's called, is to do it in easement. And so they are setting aside 15% of the total of the 2 properties in easement, but it doesn't, normally in open space, it gets deducted from your lot area. In this case, it does not. You still own it, it's just that you're saying you're gonna preserve it in a forested, natural state. And they are doing that, so they are complying with that, but they're doing it as easement. And we would normally want to see it deeded open space, but they don't have enough land to do that. And we told the governing body of the town when we did this, that we would not unreasonably withhold a subdivision like this one if it couldn't deed the open space. So we kind of see ourselves as obliged to keeping that promise. But, and the lots have enough area for the zone because they're each an acre when they're done. It's just that you have this amount of wetlands. So your concern is about the configuration, the narrowness, as well as the slope.
I think it does significantly drop down.
I know.
The last lot.
Yeah, we saw that. We've all been looking at the plan.
The current house is in a sort of little gully, which is actually like an ice hollow.
Mm-hmm.
They're not comfortable living down there. So I think a centrally placed larger property, in our opinion, would be probably more appropriate.
Buyer apparently wants to do 2 houses, and again, he's within his right to try. So, anything else?
It seems the panels have some concerns. Who should I go to understand what the concerns are? Do I go back to wetlands to follow this course before we get to March 6th?
Our concern is that it has wetlands, that it's, is it giving enough respect to the wetlands, that there's some technical issues that we're concerned about. It doesn't show with, that whole thing we were talking about, the circles, that's what they have to get the variance for. What you should definitely do, if this goes forward, is you should go to the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting March 6th.
Yes.
And you should, that's your next step, is go and hear what happens and be ready to comment as you see fit, if we move this forward.
Pass on to them through this report.
Yes, and we're going to pass on our concerns to them, which you've heard us talk about. And, yesterday when we discussed this, I also raised a lot of concern about increasing the protection of all wetlands in town, because I had just read a report that wetlands in Connecticut are not often protected enough. So, okay, so with that,
That's fine.
yes, sir.
Is this meeting documented? Can I get a report
Yes.
as to what your report to?
There will be a decision letter that will be issued, and if you give Katie your email address, they will make sure you get a copy of the decision letter, and it'll go out before the 5th of March so that they can, and just tell them and we'll make sure you get it. You can also probably go online into the website.
Well, we don't have the
No.
decision letters on the website. There's no transcript being taken, but we are recording, so there is a tape.
But you heard everything we said, so what you're going to want to see is the decision letter in your hand, and we can make sure you get it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so before you go on, I just wanted to, I'm still trying to poll commissioners on thoughts. Mr. Yeski?
No, I think we covered it.
Okay, well, kind of want to see where we're headed. Mr. Fox?
No, just
Any issues?
A lot of issues.
Okay. I'm just asking everybody, whether you're seated or not.
we should move on.
Yes, but we need to make a decision, and we have to
Yes,
close this and
I
vote.
think
And
that
first, I want to talk to the
We're
commission.
treating it as a preliminary. We have some concerns. We'll note them and we'll move on.
Okay. So, Mr. McRae?
Comment on the public
Yeah.
comment briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. I did actually have a very long conversation last night with Mr. Deacon about the process. He'd indicated that he was aware of the notices that he'd received, both from the wetlands hearings as well as this application, and that as of 2 weeks ago, he did go to Town Hall to review the file, and that both of these are clearly part of the file, the current file that was filed on December 24th. So there's nothing new here, no surprises. We did talk about, in terms of his impact on his lot, by pulling the house up further, it takes it out of any, or reduces any view line impact by being pulled back and being in line with the existing house as well as his house. So there are certain benefits, but those, had that discussion last night in quite some detail.
Okay, so this is where I come out, that I would like to express concern that this lot really does not, by the fact that that Wetlands reconfigured the proposal and is now needing a variance, does not show its a full development capacity. And that would be the concern that I would want to express, the finding or the whereas. And I would want to ask, I would want to say that we reduce the overall FAR and that to something less, so that it isn't the max allowed in the zone, and that we consider a shared and/or a shared driveway be considered. I realize that the shared driveway would mean relocating the garage on the northern property. So those are the things that I would want to say to ZBA. Does anybody have any thoughts on that? That's what I was trying to get out of you guys, is where'd you land? So there's where I land.
So my concern is, where else have they granted a variance on the 1/3 and the 150-foot circle?
Their job, though, that's all
Yeah.
their job.
Right, and also just in general, I mean, when you say to ZBA, it's really just your thoughts about this
My
application.
thoughts are-
Forget ZBA, I mean, they're separate.
My
and
thoughts
apart.
are just simply
your thoughts on the
that
subdivision.
moving this to final, I'll put it that way, this is what I would want to see in the final, a reduced FAR, and I would consider something like a 10% reduction in the FAR, something like that. It's not huge. It means that each house goes 600 square feet lower. They're still pretty good sized houses, 600 or 700, yeah, that's about 600 square feet. It's not huge. And the other thing is a shared driveway that I think can be accomplished if you use the driveway on the southern side and then just have it split off. It looks to me like the grade, the slope permits it. Wetlands is happy with the easement. They're happy, they've got a planting whole thing, and they're happy with the buffer at this point. So we wouldn't express a concern about that, but that's what I would want to, the concerns I would want to express and the request in moving it to final, that they consider that. Anything else?
So,
Any comments?
Just out of curiosity, you mentioned this before, so I just want to make sure I'm following that. You talked about the lot dimensions, which was section 6304, that they should comply with the minimum standards of the building zone regulations, and the commission may require lots of larger size, such as the minimum standards where it finds it due to topographic or subsoil features, et cetera, or environmental purposes. So your point is that you want it to be a compliant lot, that's the point of the regulations, but when there are environmental constraints and you understand that there's another agency that's been making comments on this.
Exactly.
So as such,
So-
if the ZBA takes action at the final, you still have these other concerns that you want them to address.
So again, going back exactly to that, section 6304 of the subdivision regulations allows us to require greater lot area in a subdivision. But since there is not a possibility of getting greater lot area, I'm saying we interpret our own regulations to mean figure out a way of getting it more respectful of the constraints on site. And so that's why I'm saying reduce the FAR. It's by, what is the intent of this regulation of 6304? And the intent, if in order to accommodate topography, you can ask for more land, that means we're trying to figure out a way of not going to full development on the lot size.
I understand.
That's what I'm saying. So,
That sounds reasonable.
Anybody else? Mr. Hardman, I know you didn't have,
And I, yesterday, told you via telephone, I think that's not a principle that, we can undertake as a commission to sort of deprive someone of their ability to build because there are wetlands on their property when you calculate their FAR.
but the subdivision regulations permit us to ask for more land. And I'm saying, therefore, since we could ask for more land, my interpretation is we can find ways of accommodating topography, of doing something to relieve the issues caused by the topography. And that is our job, to interpret our regulations and apply them accordingly.
So rather than more land, less
I'm
building.
asking for less building.
Well, I think
Because I
it's-
can't ask for more land, but the intent is met. And I'm trying to meet the intent of 6304.
Okay.
Well, I think there's two issues. I'm going to go back to what Nick mentioned a half hour ago. The narrowness of the lot and what are the precedents in terms of dealing with that, but I think that's something that for a
It meets
later
the
date.
frontage. No, it meets the required frontage. One of the reasons that they didn't do the circles differently is that they had a trade-off. They could have gotten the circles totally out of the wetland, but
That's not correct.
No, they're not.
But you wouldn't, you would have had to do a steep angle across the lot, and you wouldn't have had frontage. I cut out the circles and moved them on your property, and I finally got that you could do it, but you wouldn't meet you'd need other variances.
You need variance.
You would need other variances.
We have to
Just
check
don't
on-
correct me until you've understood me.
We'd have to check on one thing, that
Yeah.
these the subdivision laws are in derogation of the common law, and they have to be strictly construed. And if you're saying that we can ask for
No, we are
larger
the-
lots, and therefore it follows that we can reduce the FAR, we'd have to make sure that was sound legally.
Well, we can ask for an opinion before we go to final. We could ask for it now, we can go to final, but the way it is, the interpretation of our regulations is to us, of what their intent is, and I always refer back to section, the very front of our regulation, of the building zone regulations, which talks about the intent of all of our regulations. And it raises topography, it raises those concerns, and that's, yeah, go ahead.
And the whole issue with 304, where you were talking about it earlier, was the point that the lot should comply with the minimum standards. And so in that discussion was the point that they can meet the minimum standards, sans this issue by the Wetlands Agency, and then wanting to make adjustments. So then that plays into the other comments that you guys were making, which really refer to 6-302, which is lot arrangement, where it says, the lot arrangement shall be such that there will be no foreseeable difficulties for reasons of topography or other conditions in securing building permits to build on all lots in compliance with the regulations, et cetera. So it's, you can have the compliant lot on the one hand, and then you're not able to have it due to other issues, hence the reason for the variance. But I think when you look at the lot arrangement section, that more speaks to what I think Ms. Albin was going for.
Yeah, I think you can put it together with what are our subdivision regulations trying to accomplish in totality.
Yeah.
And that's really basically what we're saying. Okay, Mr. Yeski has no comment. Ms. Goss wants us to get counsel. Mr. Levy is in support. Mr. Hartman objects to the finding. Mr. McRae?
Okay. I think actually with the one comment I just would like to get on the record is that this is being requested as a function of maintaining the environmental uniqueness of this property, the wetlands.
Not totally.
Okay, but what I'm saying is a request of actually to push the house out of the wetland.
No,
No.
we're getting this request because they want to maximize the development rights, whereas a single lot would have no pushback,
Right.
and it would meet it without an issue.
Right.
And so I'm just not warm and fuzzy about trying to push this to make it work. Is, you know, why do we have regulations? Why do we have these standards? And I'm not a supporter of this.
So,
I think what I'm trying to say here is that actually there is a compliant subdivision where everything applies. You have the circles, you have the land, you have the set aside. What's being requested is actually that it be adjusted in variances sought for environmental reasons. At the same time, I'd like to actually make note that actually, because the variances are being sought for environmental reasons, we have a significant amount of disturbance on the site
I don't agree with that, though. I don't think they're
because
being.
we're actually regrading a good portion of this site to accommodate 2 houses.
I don't think the variances are being sought for environmental reasons. I agree with Mr. Fox. The variances are being sought so that they can do 100% maximum FAR on a lot that has some limitations. And that's, right? So I don't think they're doing the variances to be good to the environment. They're doing them so
Going
they,
from a compliant to
Yeah.
a non-compliant.
they want to make it,
Application.
they're getting the variances so they can do 100% development on a lot that has limitations.
Okay.
Okay, so.
I agree with you on the shared driveway and reduction of the FAR. I think that's actually an interesting way of actually taking a look. There's no more land to be had, but to create more land, maybe we actually do less development.
Right. All right, so we might have something there that we could do. So, Mr. McRae, could I have a motion?
Okay, an application, PLPZ 2018-00-596 for preliminary subdivision to subdivide 2 acres parcel and land into 2 1-acre parcels. Open space easement equal to 8,166 square feet, 15% of the total lot area. The lot shape proposed parcel would not meet the 150-foot diameter lot shape requirement as per section 6205, requiring a variance from the Planning and Zoning Board of Appeals, and therefore requires a preliminary approval based on section 619A5. I move that we, or I propose that we move this to final subdivision to provide the applicant to move on to Zoning Board of Appeals to seek variance of the 150-foot diameter lot shape requirement.
Just if I could add to that, that septic has issued an okay, for the wetlands has issued a conceptual approval on the 20th of December of 18, but that there were conditions on the wetlands approval that should be included in the open space. I believe they should be included in the open space agreement, as well as there's a couple of things that need to go in the maps. And there's no other outstanding staff or departmental comments that I know of, although I would like to note for the record that we have not received comments from Conservation yet on this application. And that is something I would like to take into account when the applicant comes in for final. Based on that, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Hardman, are you a no?
No, I mean, aye.
Okay,
You said aye?
yeah.
Nay.
You're, oh, you wouldn't approve it at all? Okay. All right, so you're 4-1. That's a 3-2. Hardman would have denied for a different reason.
Well, we could have postponed it to the 5th until we got conservation too. Yeah, but I think-
A little more expedient, we hope. Our next application is number 7, Robin Hill LLC and Smoky Hill LLC, for a final subdivision to transfer 47,000 square feet of land from 7 John Street to 25 Buckfield. Oh, you?
Hello. For the record, Mr. Brower on behalf of the owner. Speak up? Yes. Oh. got a little worn down. So we're here, I'll be very brief. It's a two-part application. First part is a lot line revision. No, I'm just alluding to that there is a part two.
Well,
So
do you want to do them both at the same time?
I think that makes sense that way. just
Okay,
to see-
so at the same time, we're going to we're going to go to item 8 as well, where we'll hear them at the same time, and that is for the preliminary subdivision on the 2 parcels. 25 Buckfield.
Okay, so the first application is a proposal to revise the common lot line between 7 John Street and 25 Buckfield Lane. It will be transferring approximately an acre from this tract to that tract. We were here before you last year with the same application. We ran out of time in order to demonstrate to the zoning officer that we had sufficient FAR remaining after conveying the land to support the existing structures on 7 John Street. So subsequent to those applications, we undertook the measurements. We gave detailed plans, met with Mr. Couture, and you have copy reductions, I think, in your package. In any event, he confirmed that we were at 81% approximately of the maximum allowable on the reduced lot area. So we have FAR compliance, Health Department has confirmed we have a 100% replacement area, even after giving away the land to the adjoining parcel. There's no construction proposed, so that was really, the FAR was the outstanding issue from last year.
The comments, I think, from Conservation are more appropriate to, well, I think we...
Address those.
Yeah, I think we should address those. Okay, so you are aware of the comments from Conservation,
Yes.
and would you like to reply?
Yes, so we're talking about as it relates to then the 2-lot subdivision?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, good. So there's 2 parts to that. One is, well, first of all, when we get to the subdivision now, we have 2 4-acre lots, 15% open space reserved area. And again, we need your proceed to final on this in order that we can obtain a variance so that we can allow the existing driveway that serves the back house to be used by both tracks, utilize the existing curb cut, no change to the stone walls, cutting any trees or altering in any way the right-of-way. That was a concern of Conservation, and it obviously made a lot of sense the closer we looked at it. So that was the main concern. The other concern was regarding bats, and we have comments from DEEP on that as well. They made recommendations about preserving wherever possible 12-inch trees or larger. If trees are cut, that they need to be done during a specific time period to not interfere with roosting, all of which is fine with us. She made comments on
The debris?
well, yeah, that's part of the wetlands permit as well, that we remove the debris that had been stockpiled in there. And that actually has a time limit, whether or not development goes forward, that has to be removed this spring. So that will be done. She had suggestions on replanting, that we will work with her on that in coordination with wetlands. We'll definitely dovetail our open space easement to include the conditions of the wetlands permit, so that's clear. They have actually jurisdiction over what happens in addition to your restrictions on open space and no changes to topography. So when we come back, we'll have that language clarified. We'll have agreement on the trees that we'll be saving, and there was discussion on her suggesting that in lieu of a rain garden, we do pervious pavement. There's a number of technical issues related to that. We'll be meeting with both Conservation and Scott Marucci. He had concerns about the depth of our Coltex, so the drainage will definitely be resolved prior to our final submission. We also have a third party. Mr. Fulton is here tonight on behalf of a neighbor across the street whose initial concerns relate to drainage. And we've indicated to him that we have no problem with the peer review of his engineer of choice to meet with us as we address Scott's concerns to make it as acceptable to all parties as possible. But essentially, there'll be the existing driveway and all the existing streetscape. It's a concern for the scenic road.
You mentioned the boulders, right? When you were talking about the wetlands permit?
Wetlands has, yeah, permit conditions, exactly.
Okay, so all of the conditions from the wetlands, and what Conservation had asked for is that these be reinforced in,
Declaration.
yes, in the declaration, and as well as if there's any, I think, appropriate notes in the maps when you file them. Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments on this before we go to the public?
There's one comment on page 442, I think it's from
Conservation.
Conservation, and that was about the driveway and access and
That's what we found last night.
Yes.
paragraph 6.
Yes. So that's what they've done. They've revised, they've gone to the joint, you probably can't see it from there, but they went to the common driveway, but now they have to get a variance for that. So that's why for us, we have to let it go still then to get approved, the common driveway.
The comment that in the second paragraph of item 6 was
Sorry.
making sure it was perpetuated so that it wouldn't be subject to a future commission interpretation.
Well, that'll all be locked in with the decision of the variance. It'll be notes on the plan, it'll be condition of your approval, that's all on the land records. And if they were to construct a new driveway
Right.
anywhere, it would be a violation of zoning. So it's-
Right. But I think Mr. Hardman is saying, make sure that the notes are on the plan when you come back.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we're going to request a Mylar too.
Yeah. Anybody else have any comments before we turn it over to the public? I believe that we have comments from the public. And then we didn't really talk about the next one, so we need to talk about that too.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is James Fulton. I represent Mr. and Mrs. Neil Garfinkel, who live at 22 Buckfield Lane, directly across the street from this proposed subdivision. I have already started talking to my friend, Mr. Brower, about this application. My clients do have some significant concerns about the project. I think drainage probably is the first one that they have, and other ones might be more easily worked out. But please note Mr. Marucci's comments. The engineering division of DPW does not find the proposed drainage scheme to be acceptable. And I trust that you all saw those comments. There are some design revisions that need to be made.
They need easements for the common stormwater BMPs, and they need a draft agreement between the lots. And the drainage report is not acceptable, but what they're asking is that it come back prior to final.
Well,
And this is not
I
final.
do recall Mr. Marucci saying something about the pool, the patio, and as Mr. Brower himself pointed out, the Cultex.
No, but he's approved it for subdivision.
Well,
Prior to final, because, wait
No, approved for subdivision on 2A.
a minute, are you looking at the right one?
Mr. Fulton, while they're looking that up, I have a question for you.
It's a preliminary.
The,
So we can approve the preliminary.
your client that you're representing, are they having significant issues on their property with drainage? Or are they concerned that this development is going to cause conditions of drainage?
both.
Okay. So right now, they're actually experiencing a drainage issue.
Yes.
Has the source of that drainage issue been resolved or been researched?
No, but it has been brought up to the Highway Department. I'd like to hand something out to you, if I may.
Please.
This is Buckfield, and this is Buckfield. So you're looking at the right map, you've got to be on page 520.
Pass one and two.
Sorry, my apologies. I was just showing showing Mr. Fox where something was in the staff report that he had a question about. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Fulton. I'm sorry.
I
So the second one, the
would
splitting
you
on that.
kindly pass to your left?
Okay, I
Oh.
have one.
I brought enough for everyone.
That's good.
Does anyone need one? I would like one. Yes. All right. Mr. Rizzoli is my client's engineering consultant. And the drainage network existing in, as he points out, I'm just going to read this one paragraph. One area of potential concern is the drainage network existing in Buckfield Lane that will be the recipient of drainage from the proposed development. I understand from Mr. Garfinkel that historically waters come down from the subject site together with water from Buckfield Lane, overpower the existing drainage system, jump the crown of the road, and enter Mr. Garfinkel's property. He has brought this to the attention of the Highway Department, who have visited the site. We have not had an opportunity to discuss this with Highway, but if this is the case, more than the usual attention to the potential drainage increase expected from a two-lot development would be appropriate in this case. We're talking about expensive multi-million-dollar homes that would be built on this subdivision. There should be a 24-karat gold drainage system here for homes of this magnitude. And I'm confident we can have one. And Mr. Rizzoli is prepared to meet with Mr. Finkbeiner, and they're going to talk about this. And as I promised, and of course, Mr. Brower and I are going to continue to talk to each other. And we are hoping that by the time this comes back for final, it's going to have a very fine drainage system that can handle these two lots as well as address a problematic situation that's there and has already been brought to the attention of the Highway Department. We know it can be fixed. We know it can be fixed.
That's what we're anticipating as well. So since the DPW engineering comments are that it be corrected prior to final, to resub prior to final, that by the time it comes here, we would not move forward without DPW. So you have...
Yeah, if we all work together, we all
You're
apply
gonna do it.
ourselves, this can be made a lot better. Now, Mr. Rizzoli mentioned something to me that I was not aware of, but you learn something new every day. He said to me, I'm not allowed, or it's not appropriate for me to submit my preliminary comments to Mr. Marucci. Would you kindly ask the commission if they would submit my preliminary comments to Mr. Marucci, because I would like him to be aware of this.
Nobody is permitted to submit anything directly to Mr. Marucci. You're permitted to submit, including the applicant. You must submit it to planning and zoning, and we will send it to Mr. Marucci.
Yes, and Mr. Rizzoli obviously knows that. And so he asked me to ask you if you would kindly submit this to Mr. Marucci to make him aware, even more aware
Of the concerns.
of the situation that we're dealing with at the moment. Is that an acceptable request?
Mrs. DeLuca?
Yeah, I mean, if you're submitting it as part of the record, which you have done,
Mhm.
and it's pertinent to drainage information, and this is held open, then of course we will send it along.
Good?
Just like we would, if it was an opposition's traffic report or drainage report, whatever. It's just, that's normal course.
Wonderful. Thank you. Then I have nothing more to say. We've got a lot of work to do.
Mr.
Whose property?
My client's property. Yes. You got me. I don't really know. I wasn't there when the photograph was taken. I bet you Mr. Marucci knows where it is. Right, he did mention in the report, I think he mentioned the photo, did he not? Maybe. Yes, the first full paragraph on page 2. During our site visit, we found serious erosion on your client's, that's my client's property, very close to his northern property line. See attached photo. Well, he said, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to ask him to do that. Thank you, Mr. Fox.
Mr. Fulton, I think one of the other things that Mr. Rizzoli should establish is whether that the systems in the street, the catch basins and the drainage system of the street are not compromised, and that's what's causing your client's flooding.
That's
part of this, okay?
I think
I also relate to your client also that he's looking for a gold, 24-karat gold drainage system on the new properties. Just have him understand that actually the Town of Greenwich Drainage Manual is the gold standard for drainage manuals, and that he'll probably get all the gold he wants.
okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Greenwich Preservation Network,
Yes.
and they wanted the shared driveway, and they're saying that. But the other question is, on development, whether the attributes of scenic road, which is the part that is on the road,
Yes.
I'm saying that wrong, but that is within the purview of scenic road, that those are being protected.
Yes.
If there's some assurance that you could give us about that when you come back on the final.
Well, I actually corresponded with Ms. Fox twice on
I
those
figured you had
comments, and they unfortunately don't reflect
the new
current
plans.
application.
And we got the new plan, I mean, we knew that as soon as we all commented on that yesterday, but okay.
Okay, so the short answer
So-
is, we're proposing no activities whatsoever within the public right-of-way.
And I think that's all,
Do it.
okay. All right,
Mr. Ralph, if you, just for the record, if you can get a comment from the Preservation Network to that effect, that they have seen the new plan, so on and so forth.
doesn't
Okay, because we have this in the file, I'm saying, okay,
ask
Was I
for it.
explained to Mrs. Fox, the current plan has been
It's
on
the
file?
variance, they wouldn't need the variance if they weren't responding to it, so.
Yeah, so I don't understand. I've
Yeah,
asked
you're
for
good.
clarification
They're
3
good,
times.
because the very fact that they need the variance is proof that they're responding. Okay, so
So the-
you, go
One
ahead.
last comment would be, I appreciate Mr. Macri's comment that there is no higher bar than the Town of Greenwich standard, and we will satisfy Mr. Marucci, and that we will certainly not adversely impact adjoining property owners. If there's an existing condition that we're not exacerbating, that I wouldn't offer to pretend that we're going to fix something that wasn't our problem, but if it gets identified in the course of the analysis,
Yes.
and it's something that the town can or should take care of, we would not object to that, of course.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so does anybody have anything else? So we're going to close both of these applications, and Mr. Macri, could I have a motion one by one?
okay. Item number 7, Robin Hill LLC and Smoky Hill LLC, application PLZP 2018-00597 for final subdivision to transfer 47,516 square feet of land from parcel at 7 John Street to 25 Buckfield Lane in the RA4 zone. I move to approve requested final subdivision.
It's neither a sub nor a resub.
I find that it's actually neither a subdivision or a re-subdivision as proposed.
Okay, and we so note that the ZEO is okay with this as of the 12th. DPW is okay as of the 8th. The septic has favorable review as of the 8th of January. That there's a wetland permit that should be, was requiring boulders marking the western edge of the open space, and also some planting, and that will be included in both the map and the language of the agreement. Conservation regarding the species of bats to be protected, and that the FAR, that we find that the FAR for 7 John Street continues to be conforming. It has been confirmed, and that the applicant has provided the FAR worksheets, and that this is consistent with the POCD. And do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so Mr. McRae, could I have a motion for the preliminary subdivision?
Okay, Smoky Hill LLC, application PLPZ 2018-00598 for preliminary subdivision to create 2 parcels of land from an 8.311 acre parcel of land as proposed to be amended by subdivision application 2018 PLPZ 2018-597, where lot 1 would equal 4.001 acres and lot number 2 would equal 4.310 acres, 4.0 acres less access way with an open space easement of 1.247 acres equal to 15% of the total lot area to be subdivided on a property located at 25 Buckfield Lane in the RA4 zone, with the following comments. The applicant will be seeking a variance for common driveway to serve both new lots. There shall be a reference to the Inland Wetlands Watercourses permit number on the maps. It is recommended that roosting boxes for bats be installed, and that the conservation and DEP requirements to preserve 12-inch diameter or larger trees be confirmed. Also that the applicant follow the conservation and DEP requirements for tree removal to not conflict with the environment of the bats. I think we can say this actually, that the applicant should be providing a peer review of the proposed drainage for the property owner to the south. Is it?
South.
This property owner to the south.
254.
254? Okay.
It was 254, right? No, it wasn't 254. Oh, that was, okay, it was the other one.
He's
Okay,
22.
22, thank you.
22, sorry.
22 Buckfield Lane.
Yeah, sorry, I went right into the other one.
Okay. Conservation,
Bats,
yeah, well, the conservation comments are dated February 11th, 2019.
I think the only thing I would add to this is the comment that the Department of Public Works Engineering has commented that this is a resubmit prior to final, that the applicant needs to address the comments provided by DPW in regard to the drainage, as well as to the common stormwater management areas and draft agreement for those between the lots.
Okay.
Health is okay, septic okay. That's it. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So at long last, we now go to the public hearing. And we begin with RT 169 GA LLC, which is a final site plan and special permit at 169 Greenwich Avenue.
yesterday since we're in the public hearing, or wait until later?
Whatever you want. Go ahead.
If I could just take this moment before we get into the application to make an announcement about.
No,
Yes.
they don't work.
About a vote that was taken yesterday in the briefing meeting for the officers of the commission. As you know, Mrs. Albin was the acting chair starting October 30, 2018, and Mr. McRae was the acting secretary. Mr. Hardman became a regular member at the end of January, and so it was now, of course, appropriate to take a vote on the chairman and secretary going forward. That was done yesterday at the briefing. It was unanimous that Ms. Albin will be the chairman and Mr. McRae will be the secretary. So congratulations to you, and that is for a one-year term. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the commission. Chip Haslam from Johnson, Haslam, and Hogeman for the applicant. Tom Torelli is the principal of RT 169GA, and Tom is here tonight, along with Andreas Streisman, who's the architect with Granoff Architects. This is a fairly straightforward application to add 482 square feet, 483 square feet, on the second floor of a building at 169 Greenwich Avenue for retail use. And there's an additional space that we intend to enclose in the front where the entryway is, which is 22 square feet, which is phenomenal. I read the staff report. I have responses to those, which I filed with staff yesterday, but I just thought, in the interest of taking care of some housekeeping and maybe responding to some questions that might arise in advance, I would indicate to the commission that I have submitted and will submit again tonight to Pat a letter from the Historic District Commission indicating approval of this project, the inland wetlands green sheet for this project, revised zoning calculation, which includes the front entry of 22 square feet, showing that it's being added to the first floor, a letter from Peter Finkbinder, PE, indicating that the existing building coverage of 90% shall remain unchanged, and I would state that the existing structure is 3 stories high and will remain so, and all of which meets the requirements of the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Building Zone regulations. I'll hand those up right now. In addition, I wanted to state that not shown on the plans that you have in your packet is a new stair, fire stair on the back. We reconfigured it, so rather than going on a north to south basis, it's going basically on a south to north basis. I can show you on the plans if you wish. It's a minor detail. I did contact the chairman of HDC yesterday and asked him if this was going to require us to come back to HDC. He sent me an email saying, of course not, it's a minor change. It's to the rear of the building, so we don't care. So that's basically the application. I'd leave it to the commission for any questions that you might have.
Commissioners?
Mr. Haslam, did HDC opine on signage and or lighting?
No, because we don't have a tenant yet for the building, so that would require us to go back to either ARC or HDC, as you might indicate to us.
Okay. You have actually first and second floor retail, or proposing first and second floor retail?
Right.
Okay. You have actually second floor retail access to the roof?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to suggest that we require that actually the second floor retail tenant not use the roof. And it's actually, well, it's only the sole use of the residential clients, which do have access from the third floor to the roof. I think what we're looking for is the open space, if you would, or the recreational space for the residential client tenants. And I don't think we want to kind of commercialize the roof for a retail tenant.
So it's only for the apartments?
Yes. Is there any, we have no intention of commercializing, like having... Can you state your name for the record?
No,
Sorry.
actually, we were more concerned that a couple of buildings have put them on, and then they have events, commercial events, and they have music and amplified, And if you've got an apartment right below, you're making it harder to rent the apartment. The quality of life, if we're trying to get residential on the avenue as well, we really don't want the roof space to become a party space for the retail tenants.
My name is Thomas. Speak more into the microphone, it's not.
The microphones aren't working very well.
Thomas Torelli, Torelli.
Yes, sir, we know.
Yeah, we have no intention of having any kind of commercial use up there, but now, am I interpreting what you're saying, that you can't have a private, like a...
We want only the residents to use it.
Residents to use the roof.
Yeah. So if you want to have a party, you don't have it on the roof.
I think it's kind of,
What about, though, if you have, for the employees of the retail use, for them to like lunch out
Well,
there?
you've got a little deck space in the back. I don't know, what do you guys think? I just didn't want events.
No, I think if you've got someone in residence in the apartment, that you should preserve a residential environment for that tenant, and not mix that with commercial, whether it's employees, customers, or events.
May I just quickly also say something about that? Andreas Stresemann, Granoff Architects. That little roof deck is very, very small. It's about this deep. It's really just so an employee can open the door,
No,
get some fresh air. The
third floor.
The third floor is purely accessible from the apartment.
It looked to us like, if you look at,
The fire stairs we're basically recreating the exterior fire stairs. They're all going down. We can easily put a gate that you can't walk up.
our concern is only the roof.
The third floor
one. No commercial use on the third floor roof.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Residential only. And if the employees use the deck in the back of the building at lunch, that's fine. Okay,
Never mind. That's what we thought you were talking about, so
Yeah.
stand corrected.
okay.
That's fine.
Anybody else got comments on this one?
You could help us a little.
Oh, sorry, I gotta turn mine off so you can talk. Go.
Obviously, we've been trying to encourage residential on the avenue. You're going to retail on the second floor. We're just curious, and maybe Mr. Torelli is the right one to ask, is that a more attractive market now, the retail on the second floor, as opposed to residential in Greenwich? This is just informational purposes.
I would have Mr. Torelli address it. I try to stay out of the
Okay.
financial aspects of the zoning as much as I can.
It's only because we're working on the long-range plan, so we're wondering all this stuff, and so we just wanted to get the benefit of your insight.
The last ones converted the other way.
Right.
So, I mean, we're kind of.
has to do with the size and could you just speak more? Sorry, a lot has to do with the size of the second floor and the view. We're not allowed to put windows on the side of the building because
Right.
they're called lot line windows. And even though there's nobody to the south of us, or the building to the south of us would be below, it's still considered a lot line window. So it's just not feasible to have apartments on the second floor because there'd be no windows. And the only windows in the back have a fire escape coming across them. So there's windows in the front and then windows in the back. So the answer, in this case, in this particular case, really doesn't make much sense at all.
Okay.
But to answer your question, if you look at it economically, second floor commercial spaces rent approximately the same price per square foot as apartments.
And is that,
$35 a square foot.
what direction is that going? Is retail going up and
It's
residential?
remained the same for a long time. It's plateaued.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hanson, you need to submit a green sheet. You've already done the drainage exemption.
I submitted
Okay,
the
you
green
did
sheet.
it.
Yep.
Sewer is fine.
Yep.
We got the roof decks, and we're good.
Good.
No? Does anybody have any comment from the public? Public comment? Any other commissioner comment?
Nope.
Okay, so we will close this.
Thank you. May I just make a general comment about an interpretation within the staff notes?
Sure.
There's a reference to the fact that because we're between the front and rear building lines, that
I didn't even read that. I was like, yeah, I know about those.
that you're exempt from the FAR requirements and you're exempt from the lot coverage requirements, but you're not exempt from the building coverage requirements. And that would mean, for instance, on this lot, that it would be maxed out at 30%, where it's currently at 90%. We're not adding to the building coverage, so it really is a moot point in this particular application. But, and there's a reference made to a decision made in June, too, that Mr. Hegney is representing the client on Greenwich Avenue. I don't think that's been the application of that section in the past, nor do I think that when the deal was made with the owners of the property on Greenwich Avenue to give the parking spaces in the back pretty much to the town in exchange for having exemption from this, that it was intended to make it so that it was only as far as FAR and lot coverage was concerned and not building coverage. And I would think that a lot of commercial property owners on Greenwich Avenue would be surprised to hear that that's the application the commission is now making, and that it's depriving them of their property rights. So I think that needs to be relooked at.
I'm happy to have the discussion outside of this, but the general concept is that there has to be some limiting factor, and if the FAR is not the limiting factor, so you've got stories, you've got FAR, and you've got coverage, and one's 0.9, one's 30%, and one's 3 stories. So however you slice it, you can get the whole lot up 3 stories, and that comes out to 0.9. So there's actually no FAR per se, but there is restrictions elsewhere. So you're going to be limited one way or another. So I'm happy to discuss it, outside of this forum, but we did kind of go round and round on it, and that's the only thing that makes sense. So I'll sit down with you and Jody, and we can go through it, because we've
Okay,
gone
because I
through
don't
it
think that was
elsewhere.
the intent, and I noticed that the asterisk just kind of changed. I'm not sure that was ever passed by the commission, but there was one that was all-encompassing at the beginning of 6-205, which has disappeared,
Right.
and then this one too, but that's fine. I'll discuss it with
Yeah,
staff.
and we'll explain what happened there, because it's the only way that it makes sense, but we'll
And then
Okay.
maybe-
discuss it outside.
Then she'll brief us on it so we don't make a mistake, but I didn't apply to you, so.
No, it didn't, but I brought to your attention, and perhaps I can get my fellow counsel to also opine on that too.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, we go to the next item, which is number 10. Hello, Mr. Hegney. And so number 10 is Berkeley Insurance Company with a final coastal site plan and special permit. And Mr. Hegney, would you proceed? And I
Thank you,
got
Madam Chair, and members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We were here in December, and at that time, the commission asked us to submit a special permit application in addition to the site plan that was pending at that time. We didn't think that that was necessary, but in order to move things along, we filed a special permit, sent notices out to abutting property owners, and have filed that with the commission with the required fee. The commission also asked us to do a couple of things, to look at the sight lines on the Davenport Avenue driveway, and to determine whether they were adequate. It was a question that came up from both Beta and from your traffic, not traffic department, traffic coordinator here. Thank you. So Mr. Adler prepared a supplemental report, which we submitted to you. The supplemental report says that if you treat the westerly driveway as the exit drive on Davenport, the Davenport curb cut, you cannot get the required 150-foot sight line looking south on Davenport Avenue. However, if, as he was suggesting, you just use it as an exit drive and not as an entrance, then you can use the westerly portion of that curb cut, and then you do have more than the 150-foot sight lines down Davenport.
I did not read it that way. I read it that both the egress and the ingress are obstructed.
Mr. Adler has sat here patiently since he got here very early in the afternoon, and
So have we.
perhaps I could have him go over that.
Okay, so
with you.
here's what she said. On the last time, she said the egress from the driveway to the left is obstructed by vegetation and a building across from the driveway.
Mhm.
The egress from the driveway to the right is limited by the vertical curve of the road. The ingress from Davenport Avenue traveling west, turning left into the driveway is obstructed. So she says they're both obstructed.
Yeah, and what Mr. Adler suggested was that we use it as an exit-only curb cut, which my clients are agreeable with, because that's really the concern and why they would want to use it.
I'm sorry, but the exit is also, I'm reading it, egress is exit. The egress from the driveway to the left is obstructed.
Perhaps it would be helpful if I had Mr. Adler go over his
I know, this is the
report
most
and
recent
comments.
one.
I know, that's my question is.
The
why?
most recent one from Melissa is
Yeah, but-
November 15th, right?
Right, and our report from Mr. Adler was
Right.
Later in December.
Right, but you have not gotten a revised report from her.
I
You mean
looked
we
in the
haven't?
file today,
Yeah.
and I didn't see anything. I also asked if there was a comment from Beta, and they haven't commented either.
And much as we would love, I mean, before we hear from Mr. Adler, on another question, Mr. Hegney, that you heard us raise yesterday is, we had asked you to define if need arises. If need arises.
And
At the last time you were before us, we
yes.
said to you, what does that mean?
And
Could you
I-
talk about that?
Yes, I did submit a letter in January, which is actually part of the staff report,
I didn't
saying
think,
that we were page 695.
yeah, I've got it, but I
And,
didn't answer my question.
Well, in the last line of the penultimate paragraph, I say that we would have the gate only open from 4 to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday.
So that would be every day, and we originally understood it would only be occasionally if need arises, not every
And I
day.
added when needed due to congestion
Ah.
on Museum Drive.
So what does that mean to you? What would congestion be? How would the decision be made? How often is it gonna be? All that stuff.
When I talked to the representatives at Berkeley, on occasion, there is so much backup on Museum Drive
On
that they have
occasion.
difficulty getting out.
On occasion means what? With what frequency? What could the neighbor, I mean, you have to be able to set an expectation for the neighborhood.
It's when there is an accident or severe traffic on 95. And
How many
everybody's
times has that
cutting through.
occurred in the last year?
I don't know, I can ask them that.
That's what we're trying to ask you. Every time we ask you the question, that's what we mean. What do you mean by if need arises? So that the commissioner can assess the frequency with which you're
Yeah,
considering.
My
Look at the last 5 years.
impression is that it would be fairly infrequently.
Right, but you know.
And I don't know whether that's
we won't take your
once a
word
week,
for it.
once a month,
Yeah.
but I can,
Okay,
I can.
because that's what we
find
keep
that out.
asking you on this.
And
Okay.
of course, the impetus for this and what had Mr. Berkeley concerned was that the Bruce Museum has received an approval from you to do a significant expansion.
We know that.
And there's a concern that even though they have more parking, they're going to have a much larger facility, and there may be times when it's difficult to get
But
out of
if-
the driveway then as well.
Go ahead. You were
Well,
gonna say something.
that's, best case is 2 to 3 years down the road, so are you willing to wait till that's constructed before you operate
Well,
this?
You are here as the planning and zoning
This is all the
commission.
same answers we got last
And,
time.
I'd hate to have my client wait and say, we have a big problem here, before trying to address it. And that, we're being proactive and coming to you
Yep. So-
with this request, which,
During
and
your-
I will speak to the client about defining
Looking for.
frequent means.
Do a look
And how
back.
often it has happened over the last several years.
So during Mr. Adler's traffic counts, did he observe this backup at any of the time he was doing traffic counts?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so we'll begin.
He can speak to that.
You can talk to Mr.
That,
Adler.
he had the recommendation that it will be something that the Bruce Museum will be taking care of as part of its construction, which is to allow for a right-hand turn lane coming south on Steamboat Road, which alleviates where there is the most serious delay in that intersection.
Correct.
That's the
again,
real
that's-
problem in that intersection.
that's-
It's southbound on Steamboat Road.
Mr. Hagney, before Mr. Adler comes up, I just want to make sure I understand. The impetus of this is that there is a significant traffic buildup on Museum Drive that prevents the property owner from exiting onto Museum Drive from their property.
And particularly turning left. So those
Turning
people
left.
that are going
Turning left
to go
or west
west.
into the intersection of Steamboat and Arch Street.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I.
Have they thought about adding a traffic cop like schools do?
They do have security guard, and that's one of the things I did want to mention to you after the comments yesterday. They do have security personnel on site all the time.
Yeah, but he's not
And-
allowed to direct traffic on the
No,
public
but
street.
he would be able to monitor the traffic coming out of the exit drive on Davenport, so that there would be someone there as part of using that when it was needed. And that would be something that we would provide and would accept as a condition of approval. Bernie, you want to just go over your findings in your supplemental report and then review that with the commission?
So I guess you're doing, Mr. Adler, I guess you're covering three things. One is this issue of the sightlines, and the other one is the question that Mr. Fox just asked, and I forgot what the third thing
Did
was.
he observe any of the
Yeah,
background
that I
during
got.
his count?
Oh, and if, yeah, there was
For the
a...
record,
Yeah.
my name is Bernard Adler. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut, having performed traffic engineering services for almost 50 years now.
Can you talk more directly into the microphone?
Sure will.
Thank you.
The report that Mr. Hagley was talking about was delivered to
Could you just-
Berkeley
Thanks.
on December 18th. Basically, the Director of Traffic Operations for the town noted and was concurred by Beta that the sight distance exiting the driveway onto Davenport was insufficient. So what we propose, and as Mr. Hagney had explained, that what we propose doing is, what do we have up? How about, can I get the last picture up?
The last picture. Oh, the last picture.
Oh, very good. So it's actually on the bottom of the chart now. Davenport is below, Steamboat is on the left, and the museum is on the north side. Right in the middle there, Patrick, is the driveway on the top. That's the general main entrance at the for Berkeley Insurance. Below it, straight down, perfect, is where we're proposing to be able to open up that driveway. If that is a two-way driveway, approximately 24 feet wide, the exit will be to the left, and right in the corner, right in that driveway, perfect. And the entrance would be 12 feet to the right, just a drop over, perfect. But if we consolidate that driveway as a exit-only driveway, then we add sight distance to look down Davenport towards Steamboat and down Davenport in the other direction, and we now meet the sight distance criteria. That was the sum and substance of that. To answer Mr. Fox, when we measured the traffic on the day of the study, we did not notice some excessive delay
getting out onto Museum Drive. And as Mr. Hegney pointed out, this was not just because it was a typical day, but the intent is to be able to provide the opening for atypical days when traffic on Museum Drive is congested. And it could happen not only because of activity at the museum, but if 95 is backed up and a lot of people are using Steamboat, et cetera. That answer that question?
Well, yeah, you didn't witness it, but you didn't witness it during your test, so all we're trying to do is have a quantity versus a generality for the neighbors. But what I'm hearing you say is having it an exit only would cut down on the proposed use, and it would only be used in the evening hours.
And that's all it was proposed, even in
And
the
it would
original
be,
study.
your gut check is once a month? Twice a month?
It could be twice a month.
Okay.
Every Friday afternoon in the summer.
I think actually that statement is actually, we're talking about once a month, twice a month. But there's really no way to control that, because you say once a month, twice a month on a regular basis, but like you said, summer months, it could be every Thursday. You could get an accident, at exit 4, and the whole thing just fails. What I find is an interesting thing is that no matter how you leave this site, you always wind up in the same place.
That's true, and that was asked last time too, but you're going in a different direction. So what you're doing is if you exit on Davenport and you go to Steamboat, you're getting to the intersection of Steamboat and Arch from the south, or you're heading north. And there's more time for the signal to be able to turn left from a Steamboat than there is to go across on Museum.
But you're still at the same.
Same location, it's just a different direction.
What I'm finding on this is that we're kind of looking at, it's like I want to open up I want to go back and revisit a condition that was put on the site plan based on a condition that's actually traffic. And I would think that there's actually a better solution to this, actually trying to maintain the original condition of that being used as an emergency only. And I think you actually brought up hiring somebody to help you control your exit onto Museum Drive because of this traffic issue. And I think that's the issue of the as-needed basis. I'm going to need somebody there, or can I request to get somebody out there? I think that's what I'm having a problem with is no matter how I leave this site, I wind up in traffic everywhere. Even if I go down around the corner into Oneida, I wind up at that stop sign that is the other end of Museum Drive.
Well,
so yeah, I'm leaving on one. I leave one side. I'm stuck in traffic. I leave on the other side. I drive into the back of the traffic.
The difference, Mr. Macri, is the unpredictability of those events.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well,
And it's easy to open up the gate quickly as compared to getting a cop on the street.
But there's another component to this besides the Bruce Museum. It is on that the Delamar frequently has events, and the restaurant has valet parking, and that is also, I would say, to the people on Davenport, an issue as well. And it's hard to solve all those issues because of these traffic generators. And then you include the ferry and, all those other things. So
that kind of worst case scenario, something's happening at the Delamar, accident on the highway, on the beach, what comes and goes, lets out at the end of the day, all of those things. So worst case scenario, you've got all of these things happening all at the same time. So no matter what, we're going to have a terrible condition here. And it's that intersection completely fails because it's just completely inundated with vehicles in and out for various things, including actually people leaving this particular site.
Wait, I had a question.
Wait.
The reason you're asking for this now is because of the Bruce Museum construction, and you want it now, even though Andy says the Bruce Museum construction will be a few years out. But then when will this end? Is it in perpetuity, or will the other interests not be used anymore once the Bruce Museum is completed?
The intent is to keep the main entrance on Museum Drive open, especially for entries, and during the morning hours, has always worked, and it works well. It was just in the afternoon hours and only for exit.
Now, what about 6 years from now, though? When the museum's completed, the construction's completed, if it is by then will you still be requesting this, or will it terminate?
Museum, it wasn't for construction at the museum.
Oh, it was events, okay.
So it could happen in perpetuity.
I think that was actually an interesting question, because from what I remember from the testimony originally, it was because of the construction of the site across the street. Now I'm hearing it's because it's events at the site.
It could be as well.
Okay.
But does that mean that that you really want to tie it to activity at the museum, and that's your main issue?
Or activity at the intersection blocking Museum Drive. And that could be just because there's a lot of traffic coming off of Friday night on I-95, so that it's harder to get out onto Museum Drive. It will be easier to get out in the northbound direction from Steamboat than it would be going straight across on Museum. That northbound left turn is easier than the westbound through.
So the museum was a catalyst, but it's not the prime reason why you want this access. Okay.
Is this going to require a change of the traffic light at Steamboat right there? You know, the one everybody's coming back into. If there's more traffic coming up Steamboat now than before, does the town need to look at that and change the light?
It was predominantly the southbound movement on Steamboat, and that is being proposed to be changed under contract by the state, by CONDOT, on a project which is going to give variable timing, signal timing for the entire Arch Street corridor,
right,
which includes.
So this is part of that. I remember.
That's part of that, and that will include what I call daylighting. Daylighting is removing the last 5 spaces on the southbound leg on the right side, just north of the intersection, to create a right turn lane for the southbound movement, so that there will be a southbound right turn movement and a southbound through movement as compared to everybody in one lane. That right turn lane will help alleviate all the
You're a traffic expert, right?
Hope so.
Drives.
I drive a car.
Here comes another POCD question, because we're almost down, it sounds. I always wait to the end. Are Greenwich traffic lights and everything controlled by some big computer out there somewhere, or is it all physical changes?
There's mostly physical changes. There are some interconnects, but it's not on a computerized traffic.
Key question. Are there systems in the world, has nothing to do with your project, are there systems in the world that would improve through either artificial intelligence or some computerized model the traffic flow in this town?
Well, the one project that I mentioned is
the
going to improve the Arch Street corridor.
Are they doing it through artificial intelligence and a computer?
No, it's detection, vehicle detection in the street system, and they will vary the signal length, the timing from green to green, how long the signal is, the phasing, how long the green is given, how long the red is given, and all the intersections in between.
And is that the only area of Greenwich that is being looked at?
Yes.
And in your experience in the rest of the world, are there other ways to do that? I mean, that we understand that one, but are there? What I'm looking for is there technology out there that would help us in traffic flow in this town?
Technology is constantly improving. I installed in the city of White Plains 40 years ago a computerized traffic control system controlling 200 signals, north, south, east, west, and a bilateral.
How's it working?
It's working great. I did a good job then.
Was it?
And it's still working good.
Nobody has mentioned the nice CLMP cable upgrade system that's going right through Museum Drive. I didn't hear you asking for use of this exit when that project is going to have that road torn up.
Actually, I spoke with representatives at Berkeley today about that, and after 6 or 9 months of radio silence, Eversource has again reached out to them just this week and has a tentative plan of how they're going to dig from Cascab to the center of town. They haven't shared that in detail with the representatives of Berkeley, but evidently they do know what they want to do and are at some point going to share that with us. And when there is construction there, there may be the need to use the gate at Davenport.
Could we go to public comment? And then we'll. Sure. Do we have any comment from the public? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Is this on?
Oh, just shout at us. We're very good.
All right. Commissioners and staff, my name is Barbara Bellafiore. I'm a longtime resident of Riverside and now downtown Greenwich, and I'm a neighbor on Davenport Avenue to the Berkeley building. And even listening tonight, there's really been no identification of the problem that the Berkeley team is trying to solve. Tonight, I asked the commission to maintain the Berkeley building's driveway permit as it is, and to continue to use their emergency driveway as it's clearly labeled on all their maps and surveys and permits for just that, emergencies. Since they received their permit to expand their parking lot by building a non-conforming lot over 18 years ago, their parking situation hasn't changed, although we know traffic in town continues. We ask you to deny their request in order to preserve the safety of our small, dead-end residential street, Davenport Avenue. I know you've received letters from neighbors, and the purpose of this is to add some visuals to our request. And I actually have 2 videos. I'm not quite sure how to show them to you, but let me just take you through this, since it's unlikely you've been on this little street lately. Since so many people have told me they don't even know it exists. But the first page, page 1, is where you're looking north from the dead end towards the Berkeley emergency gate, and I've circled that in red. And then the second page, as you're continuing to drive north from the dead end towards Steamboat, I've circled the Berkeley gate, and in yellow showed how close the driveway is at the condo association is to the Berkeley driveway. It's barely a few feet. And you'll see the way the post boxes are set up is that if you live at that condo association, you would drive in order to get your mail there. The next page is if you were down at Steamboat, sort of near the Delamar looking up, you can see the very sharp right turn that Davenport takes. So it's an unusual street. It makes a very sharp right turn as you come up, and if you looked on the 2 prior, it makes a very sharp left turn. It's about 90 degrees, and it's a completely blind curve. The next page, I have, you can sort of see more carefully how that curve is, and also how close the condo association driveway is to the Berkeley emergency exit. The next page with all the yellow arrows on it is to just show you what the traffic pattern looks like. So there's traffic coming out of the condo association, traffic coming from the dead end around the blind curve, and traffic coming up Steamboat. So it's already got safety issues. It's a small pedestrian street with dog walkers and children and train commuters like myself to the city. So that blind curve on the next page where the red lines are, I've shown you what it would look like with the Berkeley traffic coming out. And if it looks like a mishmash, it's because it really is. There's a lot going on where there's no real line of sight. So I just wanted to show you what it looked like in a photo versus the design, the diagram, which is still accurate. Making all that traffic come out would change the character of a small pedestrian street. The consultant noted that the ISD, the intersection site distance, does not in any way meet the town's requirement. If you're exiting the Berkeley parking lot, you have no sight on the left as you're turning right. And if you were exiting, you'd probably be looking to the right. You probably wouldn't even be paying much attention to the left, but it's a blind curve there. If you're entering the Berkeley parking lot going up Davenport, you would have no sight line whatsoever on your right as you were turning left into the parking lot. And one of my neighbors is going to speak to you about this because we actually had a test run inadvertently about this. Due to the blind curve, Berkeley drivers would have to cross oncoming traffic they can't see and who also have the right of way. So it's dangerous for the Berkeley drivers and certainly not fair to the residents of Davenport Avenue to be put in jeopardy like that. I think you've already heard me talk about our safety of exiting and entering the condo association because the driveway's so close. This modification will increase traffic at that intersection of Arch, Museum, and Steamboat that we were speaking about. It's already rated F. F is in Frank. F is the worst rating in town for what they call LOS, level of service. You've
learned a lot.
Reading the same stuff. So it's already rated one of the worst in Greenwich. And by pouring over 300 cars plus the business delivery traffic onto Davenport, who will then have to turn right onto Steamboat, that new traffic northbound on Steamboat is going to back up, causing a burden on all of us who live on Steamboat and Davenport. We live in a neighborhood that already doesn't have much access. That's the one way to get in and out. And this would make an F-rated intersection even worse for us. There's actually no gain for the Berkeley drivers. Either they wait at the stoplight on Museum, or they wait at the stoplight while on Steamboat. So the proposed modification burdens those of us on Steamboat and Davenport. I do have some videos of a test that was done inadvertently about, it really wasn't a test. They opened their gate in an emergency. And I'm going to let the person who witnessed it all, because I had already left for the city that morning, but there's really no traffic pattern that can accommodate the Berkeley modification safely, which brings us to why this modification is being requested. Is it simply to have another option? Well, that wasn't granted in 2000 when the Berkeley non-conforming parking lot was further expanded to the nearly 300 cars now. If it's concern about the potential Bruce Museum construction that might slow down their traffic at their Museum Drive entrance, we ask them to consider that any Bruce construction will be on the Bruce property, not on Museum Drive. The construction on the Bruce's driveway has already been completed. When there's Bruce construction, it probably will be over by 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon when most construction workers finish, and not impinge on those later exit hours, 4 to 5 o'clock at the Berkeley building. Another way to avoid the F-rated intersection and the 4 lights it takes to get onto Route 95, exit 3, would be to simply make a right onto Museum, no lights, and get to exit 4. The applicant wrote about their concern about evening events at the Bruce causing traffic. At that hour in the evening, the Berkeley gates are already locked, and events are usually on the weekend anyway. In fact, in their 2000 presentation to this commission, their lawyer, Bruce Cohen, said that he was on the Bruce board at the time, and that he was sure that Berkeley would be cooperating with the Bruce Museum for parking if needed. I don't know if that ever happened, because usually the train parking lot is used for overflow parking lot and the street parking when the Bruce has evening activities. The applicant also wrote about their concerns about school children at the new Bruce when it gets built. However, these school buses would park, as they do today, at the Bruce Museum. And they would be during the school day, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., when very few cars are entering and exiting the Berkeley building. Tonight we heard the concern that if there's traffic on Museum Drive because 95 is all blocked up, and any of us who have lived here know how you can use Museum Drive to avoid 95, and yeah, it gets blocked up and you're betting that it's less than 95. Well, we all have to deal with that patiently. I mean, that patience is something, regardless of where you work, you've got to have it when you're driving there. And there's really, what's the rush to get on 95 if it's blocked up anyway? Like, I didn't quite get what the logic was. You're on Museum Drive to avoid the accident on 95 that's blocked it up. So there's really no need to rush to get onto 95 at that point. We ask that you consider our safety concerns and the traffic burden. We ask that you deny the modification and maintain the emergency exit as it is, in consideration of the traffic burdens and safety concerns that it causes those of us on Davenport, Steamboat, and for the Berkeley drivers. So that's it for me for now.
I have a question for you. While you were talking, I was looking again at the configuration. When you drive out Davenport to the point that Mr. Fox raised, if it was the end of the day when there is activity at the Delamar and they do a very busy happy hour, as I remember, do you confront traffic by the Delamar? How is the flow on Steamboat at the end of the day? Well,
yeah.
you're normally coming in later on the train, but what do people say about that? Do you have any?
What typically happens there is people are using, for that happy hour, and for the dining room, people use the valet parking.
So they're in the front.
So they drive into the first parking lot at
They're
the
going in the
Delamar,
front.
and the valet parks along Davenport and along the street, Steamboat.
Along Davenport?
Yes,
Okay.
it does say no parking, but they do park there.
Katie, were you aware of that?
I was not.
We could ask Katie to have that, looked into for you.
It really, I don't think it bothers any, I mean, it's certainly, it's just parked there. It's the valet people doing the parking. They don't
Okay.
use the Margonaut parking lot, that's empty, but I think they park wherever they can.
I mean, I'm aware that they use the town parking lot, which is a problem in and of itself, but I've never heard of Davenport, so that's good to know.
So, yeah, we'll look into it. I mean, or Katie will into
Show
the
up
right-
some night. It would be. So anyhow, the answer to Mr. Fox's question is the Delamar traffic doesn't really block up anything because it goes right into the Lascaux.
But then once it's gone, but then all the valets float onto your street, so.
Is it the valets or the just private people parking?
Mostly the valets.
So
Mo-
it does
mo-
affect you.
Why would they go over there when they, the town?
I don't know, yeah.
I know, but the town lot is right there, which they use, so why does it make sense to? use-
Town lot may be full. I don't know. Let's find out.
It has to go through a red light. This one doesn't.
Okay, hang on, I think my
Okay, so
my
we'll-
neighbor has some insight
Okay.
into that.
Did you want the video shown?
How about I let Peter speak and then did they get to you?
I'll describe it because I took.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't, this is the videographer as well.
Madam Chairman and members of the
When is this
commission,
taken?
my name is Peter Overzak.
Hello.
If you, oh, we had the diagram, but we had the diagram before at the. Can you speak more into the microphone? Sure, at the, I'm loud enough, I'm another attorney, so I can scream. I live exactly at the bend in Davenport. I'm the first house If you passed the entrance we're talking about, didn't make the curve and went straight ahead, where in those pictures you see the mailboxes, it's my house straight ahead. To the question with respect to the Delamar, I'm not going to be the rat. There's only 6 spaces there. I can tell you from observation that special people get to park there because it's easier than getting out of the parking lot, you know. People with nice cars and a couple of bucks in their hand, that's where the valets park them. It is a rare occurrence, and I think there's only 4, maybe 6 cars that can fit on the right-hand side, never parked on the Berkeley side anyway. What I observed, and the reason I asked Barbara to bring me tonight, was that on the day we were talking about this exit and entrance situation and how it impacted things, and it's my understanding from living there that the condition of the permits for Berkeley now is that that's an emergency entrance egress. It turned out on January 22nd, I was out on one of the ones she referred to as a dog walker. I've got 12 grandchildren that come and go and a nice big fat dog, and I'm out all the time. And on January 22nd, it was a morning where it was frozen, and apparently the Berkeley Museum Drive entrance froze. Not quite sure how that happened, but it froze, and they were compelled to open this gate that we're talking about. And so I stood there and I took some of the pictures that you see in front of you, and I took videos. I had sent them to Mrs. DeLuca. And what I observed was that because there was this change in traffic flow, the first observation I made is that the traffic came into the parking lot. It was during the morning hours. It was about 9 to 11, I watched. And it came in groups of anywhere from 12 to 18 cars per minute. And then it would stop. And I would do it again. And I walked down to the corner of Steamboat and Davenport. I realized that was cyclic with the light. So we were getting all the traffic, and it came that way. And the second thing I observed is that traffic comes up there, and I mean no criticism, but it comes up at full speed. Nobody takes it into account that it's a tiny little street. They come to the point where they would make the left turn into that entrance. I counted 70% of the cars without indicating traffic, signaling to the left, not slowing down, and it was apparent to me from observation that they were not aware of or considerate of any traffic that did or may come from their right, which at that point is blind. If you look at the pictures that Ms. Bellafiore gave you, you'll see that at the moment you would make the left turn into that entrance, there is no sight line to the right. Conversely, you have to get almost to the curve before you have a sight line to the left, at which point you've got 2 cars coming at whatever speed they choose. There is no traffic yield sign, there is no stop sign, there is no control, which I don't believe would make a difference. The next thing I noticed was that the traffic on Museum Drive, where the gate was closed, was in essence empty that day. I walked the dog around the block into the park, come back, and we were getting the flow exclusively. And so it was light dependent. But on bad days, now that our gate is closed and the other one is open, there is no traffic problem from the Delamar, event or otherwise. There are cars parked on our street, and like I say, it's only 6 of them. Okay. They are parked in both parking lots. But on my observation, the method of those cars coming in or going out, we are the only residential contact that Berkeley has. The other side is a Museum Drive, behind that is the park, and then you come to the commercial properties, the hotel and the parking lot. The impact of this emergency situation would only impact what we are, which is essentially either what you can call it a cul-de-sac or you can call it a dead-end street. We have no entrance or egress except from Steamboat onto Davenport. Sorry, onto Davenport. Thank you very much. And my argument is that what seems to be proposed here and what we don't allow in law generally is a condition which says that when we think something's going to happen, we need to have this available. There's no control being set forth in the proposal. There's no setup for when it happens or why it happens or under what circumstances they are going to control it. I did take a picture. I don't think it's available at this point. I did one of the pictures that I sent along. When that gate was opened, for that couple of minutes, there was an attendant there who came in and out, looked around, had nothing to do with the traffic flow whatsoever, and did not do anything about the cars, whether they were slowing down, signaling, or anything else. So when it was being used in that emergent situation for that morning, it wasn't being policed. The argument I think that's best taken here is that there's several things having to do with the problems of traffic that come way before opening that gate. The traffic light is one of them, control of their other gate. It could be widened, there could be a second entrance and exit saying going out, you can only go to the right, go to this exit, go there, and stay on Museum. Museum has never been a problem before, and they have those art events all week long, 7 months a year. So I came to testify just to the fact that I saw what they're considering an emergent situation, and it was more of a horror than I can imagine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Major problems with cars are driving on their sides.
Well, you certainly got an unusual view of the world.
Were you lying down?
Oh, here we go.
What I intended to show was that they were coming fast and they weren't using their signals.
Right.
And they were coming in groups.
We had this earlier today, it was sent to us.
Oh, okay, but maybe you didn't have to use it.
Mr. Yosky, you have a question?
Yeah,
I turned
well,
my phone.
in this emergency situation, and they had opened the gate, the museum drive gate was not open?
Frozen closed.
Okay. Did you ever see anybody leaving? Because you might remember they're proposing only leaving, not going in.
No, this is morning, nobody was leaving.
Right. So this was a case where all the traffic you're talking about, which sounds horrendous, was going in.
Correct.
And you do know that they're proposing only to exit, never go in.
The answer to that is yes, but the problem is that given the congestion going in the other direction, there is if you come down out their present exit, they can go to the right.
Right.
Or they can go to the left, get to the traffic light and go straight or right. There's a bleed factor. If you go out their exit and go down, they got no place to go once they hit Steamboat.
Yeah, that
and
light.
The same problem is in front of them. Now you've only doubled it.
That light is gonna be, you're gonna have to do something major with that light. If this went ahead, I mean, radically different.
And my opinion and my recommendation is that those kind of corrections and thought processes have to happen first before you just give them free access to a residential area, which is a danger to residents with children. It's the easy way out, and it makes no sense. Thank you very much.
Could you just state your name one more time?
Yes, I'm sorry. Peter Overzak.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? I just wanted to ask you all something. We've asked the applicant to provide additional information. We're going to need an extension from him to do that, from the applicant. Is that the information, do you feel like you need that additional information regarding the frequency of the use? Where are you on this?
I'd like to have the
You have to warn me before you turn on your mic, because then I got to turn mine off.
I'm using the microphone.
Okay. I've turned mine off.
I'd like the applicant to explore the traffic policeman or some kind of solution to their access egress issue. Also to explore possibilities for us to understand how to control the timing, the conditions, all of those things, so we have some understanding as to how we can actually go out and control this. Because I can't foresee anything that I've heard, that I've seen, that would actually say that I know it's going to be open at a specific time for a specific reason. Right now, it could be open 24 hours a day, and we'd never know.
Yep. Go ahead, Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, that's my name. I have a sense of deja vu, but I'm going to ask this question anyhow. Berkeley, I swear we asked this, I can't find it. Does everybody have to leave exactly at the same time out of Berkeley?
Thank you. We did not ask the last.
I mean, every school, everything we get involved in, we suggest staggered times.
I'll ask. I don't know the answer to that.
Now, it's an office building, right?
Yes.
So you got an X number of office employees, like, that work kind of 9 to 5. Now, I'm sure you got a lot of executives that go and come whenever they want, right? But I don't know how much you can control. But if the issue is that light, don't you want to stagger people coming into that light? What do you have a word for it? It's like some passive control. It's, come on, help me out here. What's the? Yeah, passive. Yeah, it's just that, you know, that light's going to be a problem anyway, and I'm just wondering if they could help the whole situation by staggering. You're going to have two, you know, you're looking for 2 exits on top of that. So I don't know, just a thought. It's a stupid thought.
The situation that the other speakers were referring to, the gate on Museum Drive was frozen shut one of the days where it was in the single digits. It was repaired by somewhere around noon or shortly thereafter, and then the gates were closed. And I did give Katie a call and alert her that what was going on and when it was repaired, so that the gate on Museum Drive could be used again. So there was no traffic exiting that same day. It was just the traffic coming in the morning.
Yeah, but I was talking about staggered exit times.
Yeah,
to help you.
I'll ask about whether that is something that.
And I also heard, is there an agreement between Berkeley and Bruce for you to park Bruce people on your lot at certain special events or something like that?
I don't think there is
Yeah,
such an arrangement.
Yeah, I didn't hear that, but, okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I did want to point out, though, that when we did our traffic counts in the PM weekday hour from 5 to 6, there were a total of 6 cars going down Davenport. So there's not a lot of traffic there over an hour period. I'll provide the extension.
Okay, and you know to define as need arises.
Yes, I have that at the top of my list.
There you go. And also Mr. Yeski's question, which is excellent, because you might be able to resolve the problem internally. So we'll leave this open.
Another comment.
I'm sorry?
I would hate for you to come back next time and for the commission to start deliberating after the matter is closed and the commission decided they want to put a condition on it, that this is not permanent, but it only goes to like 2004. So could you maybe address the permanent aspect of it before we close it, so we won't put a condition on it, like this situation goes to 2005 or till the Bruce 25. Museum 2025? Thank you. And then it's temporary when you want it to be permanent.
Certainly.
So I don't want you to be
I'll
surprised.
address that as well. I think that all goes to how frequently is this going to be used?
What's the duration
How
of
many people should be
it?
using it and what the duration would be.
Exactly.
Yep, okay, I get it.
So, Mr. Hegney, we're going to leave it open. You know the questions that people have asked you. And so with that, are you doing the next one as well?
Yes.
Yes,
And
you are.
after that.
Okay, so with that, we're going to go to item 12, UB Greenwich 1 LLC, owners of 393 and 409 East Putnam Ave, for a text amendment in the LBR zone. LBR 1, sorry.
Good evening, Commission members. For the record, Tom
Mr.
Hickey.
Hegney, please proceed.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead. Good evening, Commissioners.
I did have one slide that was my first slide on this that gives you the language that we're proposing. When I was here in January, we asked you to permit a few little additional uses to the LBR2 zone along the lines of what you did for the LBR1 zone last year. And you expressed some concern about student drop-off and maintaining a retail appearance on the street. We submitted revised language We believe that this is consistent with the Commission's desire to maintain the vitality of neighborhood commercial areas and provide services to residents that are needed. So the language that we're proposing to add is to include fitness clubs, group fitness centers, gyms, daycare centers, walk-in medical clinics, sales agencies of real estate or insurance, art galleries, and schools for profit and nonprofit. A special permit is required for any use which involves student drop-off, and all uses shall provide storefront appearance for the occupied space as viewed from the adjacent street. I believe that addresses your concerns, and we would ask for you to approve this amendment.
Okey-dokey. Commissioners, do we have any comments? Okay, hearing all the comments, does the public have any comments? Right,
A bit esoteric, but
I guess so. Okay, so we will close this item then.
thank you.
As all regulations should be.
Yes, we'll close this item. And we're going to move on to the next application, number 13, Parker Stacy at 1 Kinsman Lane for a site plan and special permit, final site plan and special permit. Mr. Hegney, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We were here last month, and there were a couple of issues that were brought up, and I'll touch on the one that came up yesterday after. The commission was looking for us to provide landscape and lighting and to address the concerns that were expressed by the adjacent neighbors. We hired landscape architect Matt Pop to prepare a landscape plan, which at some point would make it on the screen if I lost the little clicker. Now, I did bring my big clicker, though.
Mr. Pop's plan, Mr. Hegney?
Yes, so we're showing a replacement of the, that'd be a better way to do this. A replacement of the lighting fixtures so that the light is shielded and that they are aimed down, and also including a row of evergreens to provide additional screening between our property and the one to the north. This neighborhood fronts on Bruce Park and to a certain extent faces 95 to the north. And if I could have perhaps the GIS map that shows that. So my client's property is basically right in the center and is right off of right there, a little lower on the, right there, and is right off Bruce Park Drive. The driveway, you come in on Kinsman Lane and you go right to the driveway. You don't have to pass any other homes on Kinsman Drive to get there. My client did do a traffic count, which we submitted to you, showing the amount of volume of traffic that goes along Bruce Park Drive, which is significant, and the very few cars that pull in to 1 Kinsman Lane.
Mr. Hegney, we understand, the property where it is, that kind of stuff. I think one of the biggest issues, and I think we need to really start with this, is the discussion of the difference between the healthcare professional and the medical.
I was going to get to that.
Let's get to that.
Thank you for the prompt.
Right away, because I think actually understanding the physical condition of the property is one thing. This is more of, I think, the problem that we're really having.
And I didn't realize that at the last hearing, but after the briefing yesterday, I certainly did realize that that was an issue that the commission.
We discussed it at the last meeting, but we didn't land on it because we had just gotten the way it worked out at the last meeting is that the licenses came in at the end. So we had just gotten to the point where we understood how they were licensed, et cetera. But in addition to the question that Mr. McRae is raising, well, the other thing we talked about at the last meeting was the concern that even if you were here as resident medical, that the way the regulation's written very specifically has a disinterest in group meetings. And that it intends to reduce the intensity of a use in a residential area. And so we left it there last time, and then we started reading the definitions, but it all flows together. So go ahead.
And I
go
just
ahead,
wanted,
Andy.
I mean, you know, my doctor is in Riverside in one of these, and I think besides single use or dual couples, I also think hours of operation can't be more than we limit construction from 7 to 7, you know, in residential neighborhoods for a reason. And we limit it on Saturdays from 9 to 5. I think we don't have a restriction like that in the home medical office, but I think we should in the future do it because you're trying to make it homogeneous with the neighborhood. And, you know, it all ties to that issue. Is it homogeneous with the neighbors? Matt Pop's lighting plan is the commercial lighting plan in a residential neighborhood. I don't think we need that level of light. I think that the hours need to be 7 to 7 and 9 to 5. Like, you know, I don't think it's fair we change it to 8 to 5 when you can do a roof for, you know, hammer rocks next to somebody from 7 to 7. So an office use, I think, could be the same personally. And I think it all ties to that issue. Does it fit into the neighborhood? So intensity of lighting, hours.
Group use.
And no more than 2.
Right.
I mean, because.
Well, I think it kind of comes down even to a narrower point that actually we've had the zoning enforcement officer comment
not approved use.
that it doesn't appear that the applicant meets the definition of resident medical professional.
Right.
When did that happen? Because that's not in my staff report, and I looked at the staff comment or the departmental comments today.
Well, you don't even have to. You don't even have to worry about that because really, everybody can read it. And 6527.2 is very specific as to what a healthcare professional is. And then you have 6535, which says what a resident medical. So if you disagree with that, what we talked about yesterday, as you know, okay, somebody needs to turn off a mic, no? Okay. So it doesn't work. Okay. I'll just do it without the mic and I'll shout, okay?
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay? I can hear you. Okay. Can you hear me now? No. Okay. So one of the things that you could do is amend submit a text amendment so that a permitted use in a residential zone would be the healthcare professional. Because if you look at the definition, it says social workers and counselors.
Yeah, and it's interesting, when you changed this regulation in 2010,
you didn't know
healthcare professional ended up nowhere. It has a definition, but no use.
Got it. We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, and I think just to short circuit this.
Boom.
We will work with staff on a text amendment to submit to you and would ask that you continue this until that time.
Oh, and then Part B, before you do that.
Yes.
As you do that, if you're going to come back, then what all the stuff that Mr. McRae and Mr. Fox just said about the neighborhood and fitting in and no groups. And I raised something yesterday that we hadn't touched on yesterday, which is the largest of your offices, oh, you're going to help me with this, is 147 square feet. And I didn't think that met fire requirements anyway, that you were having people in there.
There's no fire code requirement, and
Well, you've got
frankly.
a bunch of people in there, but it's still no groups.
The Stacy's have been doing this for 20 years, and they've been
Well,
using
we-
the same space, and.
We didn't know about it.
Everyone fits, and.
We didn't know about
It hasn't
it.
been a problem. Well, I understand what you're
No
saying.
groups?
I do want to have the ability to come back with an amendment that may include groups, but we'll cross that when we get to it.
Okay, you can cross that when you get to it, but it's very
I don't want to
clear.
cross it out till I get to it.
Well, I would really seriously consider it, Mr. Hegney, because if we've been looking at the use, at what it says in 694.
694 and 695.
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of this amendment is to recognize that it's not a low-impact use that can blend harmoniously, et cetera. So you would have to demonstrate to us that you can blend harmoniously, and we'll see you when you come back.
Before we move on, I have a question or statement. The
And we need.
property has present use, it's continuing to be used as such. Are we concerned, should we be acting on some kind of an issue as like a cease and desist on this until such time as Mr. Hegney returns?
Katie, is there a?
I have to say that
Does-
over many decades of working with zoning enforcement and the town attorney, that as long as you are addressing the problem and you have an application or an appeal pending, the use
Continues.
is permitted to continue. And-
Okay.
But,
So-
review that with Mr. Wetmore.
Mr. Hegney, before you totally go away, I think we've got public that wants to
I'm
speak.
not going to go away.
Okay.
In perpetuity?
See, now you changed this.
Maria Vitaliano, opposing the application and begging you to enforce your own regulations. There is no respect for the neighborhood by these people.
That's what we're asking, yep.
Last night, they had 8 cars in the driveway. The night before, they had 6 cars. My daughter could not be here tonight. She wrote a letter. She had a medical procedure this morning, so she could not come. But my other daughter is here, and I count, without setting foot on the Stacy's property, I count 21 lights. There may be more. They have not adjusted the lights in any manner. What they have done lately, since this petition was brought, is turn off some of the lights. But the lights are there, and I guarantee you, they will be turning them on again. And the fact they say they've done this for 20 years, I think maybe Mrs. Stacy did, but I know Mr. Stacy got his license more recently, and he is not a social worker, and he's the one bringing this application alone, it seems. So I don't understand why we can't just cease and desist this horrible activity that the lights that go into my home are unbearable.
Okay.
And I have built a fence at great expense, and I am continuing to build a fence because the fence I have isn't high enough. They have lights on the top of their houses all around. They have lights, 8 lights on their walkway to their front door. They have 4 high poles of lights.
May I add something?
This is
no one
This is a
lives-
public hearing, so the court reporter has to capture what you say, so it has to be on the mic.
No one lives to the east side of them for years. It has been an estate. A developer has just bought it. He's going to tear the house down and build a mega mansion, I assume. And when that goes up, they'll have other neighbors who are suffering the way we have suffered. I brought this up over a year and a half, about a year and a half ago, by filing my complaint about it. So it's not like it just happened.
We know that. We know that, but we have to let the attorney follow due course, but he's given us they would take down the lights if this went forward, which not clear it's happening yet. They would take down lights and put down different lights, but you heard that Mr. Fox and Mr. McRae didn't like the new lights because they're commercial, they still felt that they were of commercial standard, was Mr. Fox's comment. So the applicant will have to address that as well. That's what you said, right?
Plus, Eversource will be doing construction soon.
Yep.
I do have maps. I've had them for weeks that C.C. Morgan has sent to all the neighbors, showing where they're cutting through.
We've seen those maps too.
Thank you.
Ma'am, could you
My name's Adele Skillen. I'm Adele Skillen, owner of 2 Kinsman Lane.
2 Kingsman Lane, Adele Skillman. Skillen, sorry.
It's okay. In addition to what my mother was saying, it's the fact that these group meetings are still going on almost every night. But not only is it the lights that are there, but it's the cars. They have a circle, and the car lights literally shine, directly into our living room, her bedroom, and it's later at night when she's trying to sleep. And these car lights, there are 8 different sets of them. People come at different times, but then they have these larger meetings, so it's this, constant thing that that we're having to deal with. And the bedroom's on the 2nd floor, and she has her shades drawn, and you can see the car lights come right through it.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
They have not been, abiding by your.
We haven't made them stop because they're following a process to get us to review it, and during that time, it's limbo. But we're going to ask Mr. Hegney a couple of questions now, so, thank you, ma'am. Let me ask, does any other public comment on this? Okay, go ahead.
I do have
Ms.
a question, though, about this precedent of no cease and desist while the application's in
Katie?
process.
Mr. Hegney is correct that the protocol in the past has been that as long as the applicant is working towards fixing the problem, that we won't close down a restaurant or et cetera. However, having said that, I do think, and this is me speaking here, that it would be appropriate if the applicant could do things like shut off the lights and whatever. And I will say also, I don't know if the lights are permitted under the regular residential regulations or if they exceed those, but I do think as a good faith effort that the applicant could make some adjustments.
It's not favorably.
I do want to say a little something to that, because my 1 and 2 Kinsman Lane have been neighbors for almost 20 years. And when the neighbor at 2 Kinsman Lane contacted my client, he did make changes and was told that wasn't sufficient. He made other changes. We're hearing it's still not sufficient.
So you will address
We
it?
don't need a permit from this commission to
turn off your lights.
To fix the lights.
Okay.
Not just turn them off, but to fix them. And now that we have Mr. Pop as our landscape and lighting consultant, we can address that before we come back to you.
Okay, great.
Residential lighting.
I wrote it down already.
Yeah,
No
'cause we
commercial
said it
lighting.
twice, in case he, yeah.
Nice
Oh, right.
lit bowers, like you're going to somebody's
And-
driveway, not to the 7-Eleven parking lot.
And to Katie's point,
Understood.
it sounds like there's trespass, that there's light trespass.
Light
Well,
pollution.
Light
that,
pollution?
we were going to do that, a photometric plan as part of the
Yeah,
the
well,
lighting.
Mr. Fox just asked for the same thing, so he muttered to himself, I heard him.
Well, I asked you to ask.
Without asking, we knew
And-
that this
and-
is something that you would want.
The groups, as you've heard, are an issue.
I do understand
And
that.
especially at night, I think you want to put your best foot forward.
And of course, this time of year, it's more of an issue than it is in the
Yeah,
spring.
because your lights are on.
Or it's dark, yes. I get it.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So you're going to give us, do we need an extension on
I
this?
believe Mr. LaRoe has me all teed up here.
Would you ask Matt Pop to locate on the site plan any Bruce Park lights?
Yes.
So if there's spillover onto the property, that we're not adding more light to this situation?
Yes. Thank you.
I wasn't sleeping.
No, you weren't. I know what you were
Well,
doing.
but I think one question, though, how long will the
Missed that,
extension
what happened to saying
be?
no?
I mean, we're just leaving this in abeyance.
Well, then,
Till they come before.
Can't.
So they can get back on the agenda. They give us an extension so that they can come back on the agenda.
But, looking at 418 right now, I don't think that's
Okay.
responsive to the neighbors.
Pat? Mr. Hardman is asking for the applicant to get on an agenda
7 to 7.
soon.
Sure.
believe
I
groups are
don't think
outlawed.
that
That's
the
not
3-5
actually in the
agenda,
regulations.
one is got room, but 2 is appropriate, since that's only within 10 days from now.
Okay.
To respond, but the next meeting will be the 3/19, and we'll make an effort with the applicant.
Okay.
I mean, it's
Flying
questioning
back
just
just for
how
that meeting.
complicated the response is.
Well, if there's not room on our agenda, that's the problem. If you're willing to have extra items on the agenda so that,
So we can do it at 2:15 in the morning?
yeah. If you're cool with that,
Also, you want,
notice period.
you want people to be able to look at it, the public. as
Well, and
as
there's
staff.
text amendment.
And the
Yeah, with the text amendment, I need
is
at least
separate
30,
application.
30 days to have it sent to the regional planning
To
agency.
COG,
and-
Westcog, yeah.
So you're not seeing this till April?
Yeah, okay, so
But well, I'll work on it
the
with
sooner
staff.
the better.
and-
If
and
you can
it
get
in.
them to turn off the lights,
My client's here, he's listening, and we
Okay.
discuss it before we leave town.
okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And so with that, we go to application number 14, which is Sasha Vincent of Sasha Group for a final site plan and special permit at 300 Valley, and I believe this is Mr. DeAndrea. And I gotta tell you, an attorney tried to filch your line tonight about a good plan.
You trying to use it?
Yeah,
He tried to use it.
I thought it was copyrighted.
The first?
It was the first one. It was Brower, wasn't it?
Yes.
You use my line?
He used your line. Oh, he's not an attorney, but neither are you, so he tried to steal your
He's not
line.
an engineer.
And he's not an engineer, so he has no rights. Okay, go ahead, Mr. DeAndrea.
We gotta fix these mics.
I was led to believe, I should introduce myself. My name is Tony DeAndrea, and I'm representing Sasha Group LLC. The applicant is proposing to complete this small retail building with a single apartment above.
Yep.
We have presented to you a couple of times. I don't know if I need to go through the detail. If you wish, I will.
You were all set the last time with us, except
Yes.
that ARC and sewer were outstanding,
Sewer was,
And-
sewer was taken care of. Sewer was-
and now they're both okay?
Yep.
ARC has asked you for some changes that you're going to send them in?
ARC asked to have a
Just a s-
bar put at the top of the gable end
Right.
facing the street to look more like a barn. The architect agreed to do something like that, a feature. While the architect hoped to make it less like a barn, the ARC member, a couple of them thought that that was appropriate. They also asked us to send in the sign details when appropriate, electronically designating every aspect of it. We understand that the owner does not have a name for the business yet, but we agreed to place a placeholder on that. And the architect and Matt Pop are working on a sign, and they will do that through ARC. Other than that, they were happy. They asked that we stagger the arborvitae alignment along the western side at the top of the hill to protect the Teriola property. We agreed to do that. Having said that, we've satisfied
And then-
engineering,
yep.
ARC, sewer,
then
and
what
zoning.
we did the last time, right as you were leaving the last time, we said, could you look at the comments from conservation and
We did.
address them? And you have done that. You kindly sent in a letter yesterday addressing the conservation comments. I think she was mostly trying to get you to keep the cedar trees, and apparently you sold them.
So they were
Yeah.
not, they were never intended to be permanent fixture.
And I learned something because I never knew that DPW didn't allow non-lawn planting on the shoulder of a public street.
Correct.
Okay.
In fact, we had attempted to make the rain gardens larger and become an element of landscaping with more planting, but we were required to pull them back
Okay.
inside the property.
Okay.
This is a nice project on a site that's dreadfully in need of a good project.
Anybody in the commission have any comments?
Nope.
Mrs. Goss? Down the line, Mr. Yeski?
No?
Mr. Fox? No? Okay, anybody from the public have any comments? No? Okay.
There's no public left.
I know, well, there's a couple of people here. Maybe Mr. Bristol took an interest.
He's here for 500.
I
He's
know
not a
that.
public, he's an attorney.
Oh, well, yeah, I won't make any comments. Okay, so we will close that. And our next and last application for the night,
Smith,
they postponed.
they did.
Yep.
I think they did, yeah.
Our last application for the night is the St. Michael's Roman Catholic Church Corporation and Greenwich Catholic School for a final site plan and special permit. Mr. Bristol has submitted today a letter from Father Jeremiah. I don't know if everybody's had an opportunity to see that.
Copies as well, if you'd like.
In it, Father Jeremiah says that we had a pending question yesterday at the briefing regarding how they handle special events and high holy days. The answer is that most of those events and weddings are when the school is not in session, and that funerals are handled by having the teachers and staff move their cars to a different location behind the gym and to the pre-kindergarten parking lot, and that frees up the entire main and south parking lot of the school, which provides in excess of 200 spaces then available for a funeral. So in fact, the shared parking agreement with the school allows them to handle special high attendance events.
Are they also using the lawn and?
Well, I don't think there's ever been an occasion to use the lawn. There's an unstriped. I'm sorry, Attorney Christopher Bristol representing.
I'm so sorry.
My fault. There's a portion of the, I forget the direction, south parking area that's unstriped, and that's usually included as well. People will make spaces over there. Again, there's some unstriped, but there's a capacity for about 50 spaces. And then sometimes maybe, if on a very, very rare case, and this is not even a once a year thing, perhaps they'll go up along the curbs, but the site functions, in terms of church functions, using these two parking lots for 99% of the time.
If they do go up on the curb, there's, how much room is there for people to pass?
Well, I guess I didn't mean necessarily, when I say curbs, I'm basically fitting in wherever they can. I mean, there's these parking spaces, which is over 200, but again, to the extent that there are, there's other parking lots up here, and if it's a situation where the school is not in session, then those will be used as well. If you want a stacking plan or something like that, I can find out, but there really isn't an occasion to populate it that much.
Mr. Bristol, there's
Yes.
no septic or anything in that, nothing under the ground there that makes parking on that a problem?
No,
Okay.
no. I mean, I did submit other information as well and address some questions that you had last time. Do you want me to go over them quickly?
Go ahead. Oh, we had one other question. Were you able to do the rain garden shaping?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, so the rain garden is reshaped?
Rain garden is reshaped.
Because I think if you gave it to us, I forgot to check. You had, the last time, the other questions that we had left open the last time is we had requested to know whether the ownership of the school was in the same, whether they had an agreement, a parking agreement with the school.
And we submitted
has
that
been-
for the record.
That has
There's-
been provided.
Correct.
We then asked again to be given the answers regarding special events. The last thing, and especially several special events when school was in session, what you didn't give us was whether, directly, was you didn't tell us whether the school has enough parking, it conforms to its parking
Well,
requirements.
I will say this, that when you look at the other approvals, there was mention of a site-wide parking of 290 spaces.
Right, I saw that.
And we have, we have more than that striped as proposed. That's not including the unstriped areas. So we have functionally well over 300. In terms of the site, there's nothing changing on either side of the, the only thing changing site-wise, including both properties, again, are the small additions to the rectory and the church. And I provided parking calculations as well as this fancy chart detailing how everything lays out.
Okay. I'm just showing Mr. Fox the parking.
I'm a
Okay.
huge fan of the charts, Len.
I see what you did there.
It helps me work through these, these
Now, the
plans.
last question, are you saving those evergreen trees that Conservation wanted
No,
you to
if
save?
it really doesn't work out, what we want to do is actually, we want to brighten and freshen everything up. If you go, I'm sure you've known, when you go
Hold on a
past the.
second, wait, I can't hear a second conversation. Go ahead.
When you go past the entry, they're really close, and they're really close together. You really can't see the entry very well. The whole point is to open them up. So we're replanting flowering trees in those locations. Obviously, they're smaller, but aesthetically and functionally, they're much better. It brightens everything up. And I will say, when you do look at we do have a tree removal plan in there.
What about if you met her request by intensifying along Clabbered Ridge?
Well, I mean, it's, intensifying what, just?
Planting.
Planting in general?
And doing more evergreens.
Well, I mean, sure, we can look at it. And I will say that if you look at her comments too, we actually did speak with our landscape.
She's pleased.
Yeah, so we did,
Okay.
I think the landscape architect even spoke to the pollinator pathway group.
ARC signed off on it.
Correct.
Yes.
Right.
And I can't.
And wetlands.
Yeah, I get you.
We can't.
I get you, but
have
more trees is
this
always
going.
better.
Not always.
There's a whole bunch of trees on site. If you look at, there's
right.
about 30 trees being removed, but there's actually a lot of trees on
And
site.
they're, quite frankly,
Crappy pine trees.
crappy pine trees.
I don't think you should put on
that
there.
break in storms.
Okay.
I don't want to
And
say
then
that because I
and-
feel like it's oversaid, but that's
All right.
the reality of it.
The older crappy pines get, the more
And
dangerous they
they
are.
get very crowded and,
No, they break halfway up
Okay.
and hit a car.
it's awful.
Okay. All right. Any commissioners have any questions? Mr. Hardman? Ms. Gaz? Mr. Levy? Matt Gray?
Not me.
Good save.
Okay, yes, Keith? Okay, members of the public? All right, okay, so no public? Well, there's somebody sitting back there.
There's an application after me, I assume.
You're it.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, we'll close this item?
Yes.
And so endeth the public hearing.
Want to go backwards here?
Whichever way the secretary would like to go. Like to go backwards? Okay, so the first decision we're going to do is going to be St. Michael's?
Okay, in the application of St. Michael's Church Corporation and Greenwich Catholic School, application PLPZ 2008-525 and 526 for final site plan and special permit to renovate, construct additions to church building, construct an addition to the rectory, and reconfigure parking, driveway lots, so on and so forth. The result of would exceed the 150,000 cubic foot threshold in the building volume, requiring a special permit located at 469 and 471 North Street in the RA1 zone. Motion to approve application. understanding that the zoning enforcement officer has signed off. Engineering has signed off. The ARC has reviewed and signed off as well. I'd like to make a finding that the letter from the pastor describing the parking procedures during high attendance events be incorporated into the, I'd like to put it on the map, but I don't know if there's a better way of doing that, because I think actually that letter describes exactly what happens out there, and it'd be a really great idea to get that on record and into the transcript.
Right, and then?
Very good, thank you. Okay, a parking agreement has been provided between the school and the church itself.
Is it a new one, or is it an existing one?
No, it's the existing one. So, also, for the decision letter, Pat, if you would include the little table that, on page 921 of our agenda, that shows the number of seats in the church, and the parking. And with that, we would make the finding that, with the agreement with the school, forming with 6158, and add that to what Nick just said about them providing, the special events stuff. That's all I've got. Yeah, on 921, there's this little chart that shows how many seats there are, how many parking spots there are, and that with the agreement with the school, they have fully conforming with our parking regulations. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That was Andy. He was the loudest. Okay, so the next one is Sasha Vincent of Sasha. Valley Road. Just turn it off, because, you want to hear it? Okay. Yeah. All right, that's good. That's the one that doesn't work?
No, it's working.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Nick.
Okay, an application to
You know what,
Sasha.
you can turn off your mic?
Sasha Vincent Group and Sasha LLC, application PLPZ 2018-00407 and 408 for final site plan and special permit. Construct a new mixed-use building, retail space on the first floor, one two-level apartment, occupy a portion of the first floor and all of the second floor on 12,319 square foot property located at 300 Valley Road in the LBR zone. Motion to approve said application, understanding that the zoning enforcement officer has made the application. The engineering division is located as submittal prior to zoning permit, and their letter dated 2/8. Sewer department has granted a conditional approval based on their letter of 1/22. Conservation comments have been addressed as required a letter that was indicated provided by the applicant, and they are to return by email to ARC to satisfy conditions as outlined in their minutes of 2/6/19.
Do I have a second? All in favor? Okay, the next application is, the text amendment number 12, for expanding the uses in the LBR2. Mr. Mackert, could I have a motion?
An application of UB Greenwich Lund LLC, owners of 239 and 409 East Brooklyn Avenue, Conscom. Application PLPZ 2018-518 for zoning text amendment to modify language of section 6-103G pursuant to section 6-22 of Town of Greenwich Village zoning regulations and section 8-3 of the Connecticut General Statutes as follows. Language in bold, so on and so forth. Motion to approve text amendment as proposed.
And in so doing, and so making that motion, the commission notes that the Westcog has commented on the
RT 169 GA LLC, application is PLPZ 567, PLPZ 2018-598. Upon a site plan special permit to add approximately 463 square feet to the second floor of the building. The second floor will be used as a single resident unit, retail use, and 2 roof decks.
2 roof decks to an exterior stair and a .0594 acre property located at 169 Greenwich Avenue. Motion to approve application, understanding that the zoning enforcement officer has given its okay, sewer department has signed off.
HDC.
HDC has rendered an opinion of endorsing the project.
Drainage and green sheet. The applicant has filed a drainage exemption and has submitted a green sheet. And the commission has conditioned that the third floor roof, the roof deck, shall be used by the residents only and shall not be used for the retail purposes. In addition, in approving this application, the commission finds that, or notes, I should say, I think it's a better whereas, that the applicant has represented that the second floor apartment was not commercially viable or rentable, given its configuration, window space, and ventilation, and therefore the applicant felt the applicant has converted it to a commercial use, and the commission finds that that is an appropriate conversion to commercial from residential for this specific building.
Okay, to add to that as well, I think the specific statement is that roof use.
We did that.
By commercial tenants.
I said that.
Did that.
Okay. Signage and lighting to return to ARC. And we have, I think we have standard language we can apply to the rooftop control of no loud music.
No, yeah, okay, no amplified sound.
No
on the
amplified
roof.
sound.
All lighting in conformance.
Right.
I have to say, although the commercial tenant on the second floor has access to a balcony.
Yeah, he has access to a balcony, to a deck.
Would you say that in there?
We did.
Oh, yeah, you could. You could add that they have access to that deck. The second floor retail has access to the deck that shall be
On the
used
second floor.
during the day only by the employees. Do I have a second? Mr. Fox has seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.